Seems we have sorted everything and nobody even noticed that I was around half an hour to an hour late to start the stream. You guys did not mind, and we're exactly where we're supposed to be right now. Let's go. I have that like lovely weird thing that's happening in my windows right now. Cool, so what am I doing? That's the YouTube, that's the Twitch, and I need you guys' voices in my heart at all times. So my heart is gonna be standing up here so I can hear you guys. I'm gonna go find the correcting from the correcting, create the dashboard, stream manager, and then there's gonna be little voices here, pop out this chat, and then I'm gonna find out a bunch of you are talking to me on YouTube that I've been missing out. Well, no worries, because by clicking this and then clicking this button right here, hi Danzila, so there you go. Now I can see everything, I can hear everything. Fantastic. Hi Ivanova, how's it going? I'll copy this, I'll put it on the yes, I sent a all-out signal to everyone to know. We're gonna be doing Crawley Unleashed today, so I need to find my Crawley Unleashed things. Oh, you know what I would love? If somebody made a perfect thumbnail for me for these devlogs, because mine is a little bit shit, a tiny bit shit. Oop, I can't say shit anymore because I just made this monetized. Boom, baby, let's go. Fantastic. Yes, your chat is broken. It should be going now. Okay, I started making a storyboard reel, and that's why I was late to the stream. I'm gonna add render queue. That's a render queue. There you go. And I'm going to, what am I gonna do? This looks fine. I'm going to...
I can probably make a thumbnail.
Wow, that's quite loud, but that's nice. If you join our Discord...
Don't forget shot hookups.
Alright, this is super loud. Hey, plus Happy Lab. I never forget shot hookups. Storyboard Reel 2024 is what I'm gonna call this. And then you can watch it if you want to. I am not exited for it really. I don't care as much about Sonic 3, then maybe I should. If you think that's a good idea for me to care, then I can increase the amount of care I have.
I'm part of the Discord.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, I didn't actually thought to ask help from you guys, but if you're offering, I'll take it. Hi, Berai, how's it going? Okay, set these up now. Just have to turn on my own. I'm doing good. What's this? Oh, my PC is super slow right now, which is okay.
It's going really good. Hi, Sarp, how's it going?
It's going good, Nota. How are you doing? What are you guys all up to? Are you doing new shots for the Spider-Man challenge? Let me check. Just check. Where's the animation submissions? Oh, this is why these things are here. I see now. I see. So pretty cool. Cool. We'll check these out. Do you guys ever get this annoying thing where like I don't have my taskbar? I wish that wasn't a thing, but it is. But wait, hold on. We're gonna do some cool stuff today because there's an update on the game. We're gonna be checking some updates out. Was that a little error that popped up on that thing? Fetch origin. That should work just fine. And then I should be able to launch that. And then this is still... What is that? Pause, stop. I messed up something. Move out of Dropbox. Go back to this thing. This. I messed up this.
Sarp, you remember the camera animation you did a tutorial for tracking the character coming towards camera. Is that the way to also track the character from the back or side view? Yeah, animating slide.
Sorry, you remember that camera animation you did a tutorial for tracking the character coming towards camera? Yes, there was like a cube coming in and there was like lines and stuff, right? Is that what you're talking about? So they also track the character from the back or side view. Yeah, the whole logic is the same. You always have to think like the cameraman is delayed and the action leads the thing. That's the main idea for all of it. Nota says animating Spider-Man makes the sadness go away. Of course it does. Perfect. Hello Jay, how's it going? I love the starting stream speedrun. Any you got going on here? Energy, yes. I do. I always have that because I'm really bad at doing things planned and make perfect storyboard, real, SARP, 2024. I don't have to write SARP because probably, well, maybe it's important. That's my name. That's my storyboard reel. And that's what I rendered. Perfect. Okay, let's check out some new updates while I am going to turn on my notepad as well to make sure I write everything that I need to do. Social Stream Ninja, cool. Alright, today what we're gonna do is first off land with car anim, corkscrew anim loop. All good, Shane. Going good. We're just about to check the new updates in the game. Also, hello Daizo, how's it going? So land with car anim is done, corkscrew anim is done. Just remember that there was a guy who was doing an edit for me that should be done today. I'm gonna poke him right now. Hey, how are you? Do you think you can send me an update today? Okay, that's corkscrew anim loop, and then there's stuff from Dimi. Let me check. I don't think I'm gonna get that stuff from Dimi today. But this is the stuff from Dimi. This is what we're looking for. But I don't think we're gonna get these guys today. So cool. No rig updates for today. Hi Abuzar Products. It's going good. Hope you're going good too. We're just about to check the latest updates for the game. I'm super excited for it. Gibbo warned me. He said there's a lot of bugs right now. But it's okay. It's part of the fun to play with the bugs. Oh my god, there's an opening screen. Options. Yeah. Clicking option causes options to run. Alright, we're starting now.
Hey. Haha, that
Hi,
looks good.
hi that bull, how's it going? Exactly, alright. Alright, I think we hit our first bug where pressing the game to start does not make it start. Alright, here we go, that's Crawley. That seems to be working. I feel like it's chugging a little bit. Oh, it's because After Effects is rendering right now, that's why. Yeah, okay, the game is gonna be a little bit choppy for a second here. Actually, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to show you guys the new stuff when the render is done on this, so it will not chug. New modeled. Abuzar is a monitored suspicious user. I don't know why. I don't know what your scary little things you have, Abuzar, but it says you're suspicious. This is new model based on when is the last time you've seen it. But it's a Crawley boy. I'm going to set. Why Barcelona? I'm gonna set this. Hey.
Why Barcelona?
I don't get Spanish skin.
Racism.
Not racism. There's a lot of Spanish people follow the thing.
Is Crawley blue and red by any chance?
Yes.
Do you wanna Google what Barcelona team wears?
Oh, it's a football thing.
Yeah.
There's no way I could have gotten that. I would have not gotten that for like years. I have a few videos open, it looks like. Let me close a few of them. Was that something that was on top there? Yes. Alright. Cool. Window is open. I am getting cooked a tiny bit. So many notifications on Discord. This guy just texted me back. Sweet, thank you. Cool. Cause Barcelona is red and blue sub, haha. Yeah, I don't know that stuff. Alright. We're ready. We're now ready to check. Are you guys ready? I'm super excited for this. Alright. Well, let me wait, hold on. I'm not gonna do it like this. Give me the car.
I'm not ready.
Ah, wait. I'm not ready either, because I keep doing it wrong. I clicked off screen. I want to swing with the car a little bit to make the car go a little bit faster. You! Crawley can now surf.
Can't you play your own game?
No, I can't. I suck at it. And now we have the car door skate.
That
Like
looks
plans.
awesome, haha.
I
That's
yanked the
awesome.
car door off. Oh, come on, Gibbo. This thing still doesn't work. I hate that the wall slide doesn't work.
Tutorial.
What video was that camera tutorial? I'm not actually sure,
Did you
man.
save it?
Maybe. Well, hold on. Let me get the car back again. If I saved
And
it,
nice loading screen.
thank you. If I saved that, that would be
Crawley coming
in.
out on smart fridges.
No, sorry, no smart fridges. Only Nokia phones. That's what we're doing with Crawley. If you guys didn't know, by the way, the latest update for Crawley was these lovely wings. That he's gonna have his bulky form, and the bulky form has the wings
Crawley
that
looks
come
so
with it.
realistic.
Thank you. Wait, I forgot what I was doing. You were asking me
Maybe
about
it's an
that.
animation force.
No, it's not. I can't find anything ever. I can never find anything, honestly. Where's the general chat? I'm going to write SARP feedback. I think it wasn't SARP feedback, probably. How to make an image sequence. Oh, that was
So what
into
can the
the
bulky
2D.
form of Crawley do?
That's a space switch video. Bulky form of Crawley can go way faster for a short period of time, and he can do Hulk jumps. I don't think we saved that, which is very sad. Did I not save that? This is talking about space switching. Was it? This is just an animation review. This is an empty video. I may have saved it but never shared it. Let me check if it's in my. Oh, there's a few videos here. Not these. Okay, these are
Is
pretty
anyone
old.
else having issues finding things in the Discord?
I am. Oh, that's you, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry that I
Will
have
the Crawley
issues.
demo be on Steam?
Yes, eventually, it will be on Steam. Yeah, sorry, Jay. It might be just that I'm dumb that I
Why
can't
is sus?
use this thing properly. Maybe this is the video that has that camera information in. No, this is the space switching video again. What about this one? That's just gonna be 2 seconds. I was supposed to record a video for Amjad and I only forgotten it like 8 times now. Oh, maybe it's this one. This looks like someone setting up a camera and doing stuff with it. Is this it? It looks like I'm framing a box and then nothing else happens. I may have like hit the limits of. What's this? It could be like I hit the limits of my hard disk and then this video stopped recording. Yeah, I'm sorry, Danzila. But it's not so bad. It's still, we can still surf behind a car. So that's all good. The loop is now working, right? Something about the loop
Send
of
me
this
that while
animation.
framing the box.
What is this? Is a very weird hiccup is happening here. One framing off
Best
the
viewers
box.
on.
No best viewers. Fire on cannons. Get rid of that guy. We don't have any
Saab
new
currently with a
viewers.
low-res or proxy rig for a slow computer.
It's quite simple actually. If you already have the rig, you can just do this. Like, let's say you want to do it for Crawley, you can just make a box like this, and then take this box where this controller is, select the controller, select the box, and then you just constrain it.
Can't wait for classes this Saturday.
Yes, oh man, I'm a bit terrified of that, but excited at the same time.
When will the demo come out?
I have no idea, I'm sorry. We keep saying 2 months, but I've noticed it actually hasn't been 2 months since I started saying that. Anyway, so then you make a little rough shape of this. It doesn't really matter too much, but it would be better if it's somewhat covered the same kind of area as your actual rig. And then basically you would hide the mesh. You would hide these meshes, and then you would just have the box. And if you go through this process and do this to all the parts of the body, then you will have a very like low res proxy mesh for it, basically, because seeing the mesh is the main issue it's making your PC chug. So that would help a lot.
Oh wow, that's easy.
Yes, that's pretty easy. Simple.
You did something in Cube, just snap to the head controller or your mouse. How did you do that?
Okay, so if I have a cube, so I just created a cube. It's out in the space somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I know I have the cube selected. I can also know that the cube is selected by looking at here. But I know when you first make a cube, it's always selected. And then I held down V, and you can see when I'm holding down V, this thing gets highlighted. If you have default Maya controllers, you can also hold down X, but I have X something set up something else. So I held down V, and I then mouse clicked. I first press W to activate my move tool, then I hold down V and mouse click his face, or like whatever I want, and it will snap the head. Then if I wanted this to be exactly where the controller for this thing is, because you know, if I go to object space and I select this controller, you see there's a different orientation, and when I select this box there isn't, and if I just snap it here, it's not gonna have the same orientation. If you want to have that exact same thing, you select the controller, you select the head, and then you go to your constraint options and you make sure this maintain offset is not checked. And if this is not checked, then you click apply. It will snap exactly where the controller is. So now if I select this or the controller, you can see that my move tool doesn't move at all because they're exactly perfectly on the same space, same spots. So that's what I did there.
Hi, you are the famous Marvel animator.
Hello, I'm the not so famous Marvel animator.
I was looking for pretty much this exact thing last time I was on my long.
Perfect. These animations that we did recently didn't really work as well as I hoped it would.
How is going?
It's going good. So I am just looking quickly for the pose that we don't seem to have here. Is this the landing pose? No, this is the aerial pose, right? Let me check. If I swing with the car and let go, this, yeah, it's one hand back. That's that pose, and if I land, then it's just like diving down pose. So this is the landing pose. I need the car on the ground pose. Do I have the car on the ground pose here on this scene? I don't. I have to go search. I should really make a studio library. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think the first class is going to be very Maya specific.
Hey Sarp, how you doing today, man?
I'm going good. Mask, how are you doing? I think the first class is gonna be talking about like what we're gonna do in the class and your first assignments for the next week. Well, they might have to be 2 weeks later, but there's an issue rising in the horizon, and I am not yet sure what to do about that. But in my head, we will be doing like one class every Saturday for 4 weeks, and then we will be done. But I have an opportunity. Hi Zintor, how's it going? I have an opportunity to maybe take a freelance gig about like for a storyboard thing, and you guys know that I really wanna get better at doing storyboards. I don't think I can get it the gig.
Him doing good, man. Him gonna post my swing in a bit. I would appreciate some feedback on it when you have time.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I saw you've done some stuff. If you put in art feedback, I'm definitely gonna give feedback to you guys today for all the Spider-Man submissions. Wait, this sounds like Final Fantasy. That's copyrighted music. So, can you guys see the music, by the way?
Saab, are you participating in the Spidey competition?
I did a little Venom War thing, and I don't think I'm gonna have time to do anything else, unfortunately. I might send my Crawley animation as a submission if you guys will allow it, but I mean, the whole thing is to be Spider-Man, not Crawley. Although I can switch the I can just like switch the texture. I can switch the texture and make him Spider-Man. Which would go against everything we've been doing on the stream. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Iron arm slides, manhole covers, dash updates, manhole covers, zip and double anims, Iron Man arm car swings. There is a plugin for Maya that I've never actually learned how to do it, but a lot of companies actually use this. Maya Studio Library. I think it's a free plugin.
Missed your streams, it's been a while.
Yeah, were you not here on Thursday? I would love to. I would love to do a Spider-Man animation for the thing, because we were saying of doing that already, but I don't know when I would do that. I want to car surf again. Car surf.
By the way, you were saying something about Freelance gig.
What? I was?
Since when was Crawley?
Oh yes. Yeah, I think there's something happened with the shaders or the lighting. Yes, that is true. Well, no, but that's not true. That's not true. For a game, it's not, because you have to see it from every angle. So that whole thing I said about like everything actually being 2D is only for video formats. So video and movie format, or for cinematics, but not for in-game animations, because you can do this in a game. Which is the problem. I can gain up speed if I go up here, and if I drop down, I feel a bit of like speed increase when I do that. Oh my god, jumping makes me go quite faster.
It must be because it's still a 2D play.
Yeah, but no, I can't rotate it though. So it's
even though you can pan 3D.
God damn it. No, that doesn't work, because your arcs wouldn't work the same way. It has to be actually correct arcs for this thing. Wait, I just realized something. This car has infinite doors. What? Hello? Ah, I broke the game.
Is the bulky transformation in the game?
No, not yet. It is not yet in.
And take animation to a whole other level. Infinite doors glitch.
Why? I don't understand. What if you hack? Infinite doors instead. Drag and drop the install mal file into your Maya viewport. That seems pretty simple. But I'm gonna go ahead and do this first.
Yo, Saab, what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? Are you doing super good, Brave? Oh, I haven't seen you in the stream in a while. Good to see you. Wait, what was doing projects? Maya. I'm going to just check this in here. I'm gonna call Studio Library. Blink. Perfect. And then I'm going to drag and drop this in. Click select on the shelf to run. Alright. If it is that simple, we'll do it. Install, drag and drop. Boom.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yes, sorry. So I'm not doing a gig, but I am thinking about it. That's the thing that I was telling about the course. We're definitely gonna start the course this Saturday, and my plan was to do it every Saturday and finish it in 4 weeks. But I have an opportunity to get a storyboard thing, but I am.
You really have time for a gig.
See, I don't know. That's the thing. If I get the gig, we might have to make the classes once every 2 weeks rather than once every week.
Hey everyone.
But I actually feel like even hi Amjad, how's it going? Even in that situation, I don't think I have time to make a
You
gig.
still grinding overtime in work?
No, it has settled down now. We're wrapping up, so it's a lot better now. But I am a little bit like thinking, even if that's the case, I might not be able to get the gig.
Sounds
You know,
like you are a lot brighter now, Long.
I'm a lot brighter. I sound bright. How's it going, Amjad? Wait, what was I doing before
You
my brain
sound
went to
happy.
sleep?
You're light.
Oh, I.
OLMAO.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm happy. I had a good day today.
Finished my 29-hour flight back in the States.
That's fantastic. It must be horrible. I hate flying. Before you get started, please choose a folder location for storing the data. A network folder is recommended for sharing within a studio. Cool. I think I'm going to put you inside here. Studio library.
What's that, Broda?
Data. Oop, data. Oops, data. Alright. That's a studio library. It's a plugin.
The logo looks similar to the Superior. Did you get any inspiration from it, or was it a coincidence?
What logo looks close to Superior?
Just wanted to say hello to everyone. Him off to sleep.
Alright, Amjad.
Cool,
Have a good sleep, dudes. I'm gonna send you that video, but I don't know when I should send it. I might have some tomorrow to do it. Good night. Enjoy being in States. Cool. So pose animation folder. I'm gonna name this folder Crawley poses. Create. Inside this, I'm gonna make another folder called Crawley car poses. Perfect. Inside this Crawley car poses.
Send it. If you don't have time, I can do it for you.
I can do it tomorrow. I wanna do it. I keep thinking about it. I keep writing down. Then like something else happens and my brain gets blank and I forget everything. But I wanna do it. Alright, now pose. Here's the pose. 122 objects selected for saving. That seems accurate to me. Wait, is this the latest rig?
You trying to go to Otaru Zinta?
What's Otaru? Let me take a screenshot. Oops, that's not the screenshot I was thinking. Can I take a screenshot of this one? Perfect. Name, car on ground, idle. Comment.
No
What's that?
CGI is really just invisible CGI.
122 objects selected for saving. What does this button do? No selection sets found. Ooh. Maybe I should first do a selection test. Oh, cool. I did not know that. There is a lot of rigs in here. Because I've selected multiple rigs. Okay, let's see if this actually works.
Otaru is the place to find crime in New Zealand.
That's interesting. You guys want some crime? Now we know where to go. I'm glad we now sorted and we know where to go to find crime. Crawley car swing pose. Is there anyone from New Zealand here? I'm gonna make a new one called...
Mask is from New Zealand.
car jump idle, aerial, car aerial idle. Cool. Gibbo is from not New Zealand. Just took me a while to figure that out, but I'm pretty sure he's not from New Zealand.
Australia.
Jump. I think he's from Australia, yeah. Alright, more poses. Now Crawley.
LMAO, how I remember that and you don't. Bad friend. Have you seen what New Zealand looks like, Star?
I'm gonna say yes. But no.
Australian cat.
I've never been to Australia or New Zealand or anywhere around those continents. With this guy, I select this and then I select these, which doesn't select these guys because this is broken again. My god, how many times? How many times are you gonna be broken? Huh? So all these car poses I made didn't have these things in it. What is that? Crawley poses, add pose, aerial idle. Aerial idle. Okay, save this. So these, can I update them? I can overwrite them. So this is a bit shitty because the namespaces of these things is never gonna match, so I'm never gonna get the same poses. Is that what I'm seeing here?
It's just about the same thing.
Wait, hold on. I don't think this is even gonna work. I'm doing this, but I don't think it will work. Let me just save this. Why is there a new version of car skitting? If there is, why am I using the old version? I'll open this. You know what? I'm just gonna save this as a new one, and we're gonna be using that. I feel some Maya trickery here. Almoldito Maya indeed. Do not save this, and I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna say file, save preferences, and we're gonna open a new Maya.
Does Crawley understand comedy if I tell him a joke? Would he laugh?
I think he would understand visual comedy, but he would not be super great at actually word-based comedy. Infinite word references to man, I just rigged it. Yeah, this is pretty accurate.
Crawley like dad jokes.
This is super cool. I've had I did an animation like this with the official
model, actually.
Yeah, it looks so much like, because I've done these poses and with the same cubes, it reminds me so much of like what I did. And the best thing about this model was that the muscles were so good that the poses would look so right. Like those knees and legs feel pretty accurate to me, but they're not skinned the same way. But yeah, this is such a similar look. It's got, oh look, there's a daredevil. That's cool. Let me give likes to all the other stuff too. Likes. Where's likes for this one? Why no one likes this? Cool. My brain is going offline because the music stopped. Why music? Why do you always have to stop? How can we fix this? Rock. Alright, let's see. Studio library. I've done all this.
This is the storyboard song. The
No. Perfect. See, now I am going to... I can show you guys the storyboard reel and you tell me what you think. I don't know if I will actually get the gig because it has nothing to do with action.
Good.
And I don't know if even if they do give me, if I can have any time. I'm trying to show you guys. Oh, it's so long for a reel. I did it like super quickly. Here's my top 10 Spider-Man movies. Number 10. I don't think there's 10 Spider-Man movies. Is that 10 Spider-Man movies? Wait. Do you see Spider-Man running in the bushes and fuck, there's Venom right behind him and he's like fuck, then he goes into a car. I don't like the word fuck, and then Venom takes the car and he's like, oh fuck, there's Venom, and then he chucks the fucking car away and he's like, now I'm gonna fight Venom, but turns out there's fucking this, you know, the red one, the Carnage. He's there, so now this is on fire. Avengers are fighting some Ultron stuff, and Spider-Man's like, boom, baby, let's go. This is my thing. I'm so getting in there. Then he ends up going to help Cap, and he like swings next to Cap, and it's like, hey Cap, and then maybe this is they start like clearing the bridge together. Like Spider-Man's clearing the bridge for Captain America, so he can get to the control center. I feel like if I was a client and I was watching this, I would just be thinking, why is this not colored? Open the path. Why is the background for Captain America there? Yeah, we'll see if I'll get the gig.
I'm seeing some stuff that I've never seen.
Yeah, there's some stuff. I'm gonna send this to a friend of mine who is trying to hook me up, and we'll see what he says.
Trim down the Avengers one, I think.
Yeah, it's probably pretty long. I think the whole thing is too long. To be honest, like, I don't expect them to watch it past the first... Like, they'll probably watch it up to, like, here or something. Maybe they'll be like, oh, it's 3D, ooh. And then the rest probably wouldn't go. That's a shitty pose I made there. Cool. Alright, let's chuck this to
BRB.
towards Rodrigo. Where's the music?
Thoughts on Night Monkey? Chuck chuck. I really like the feel of the Night Monkey suit.
Yeah,
make sure
but
to remove the audio of the Venom and Spidey one long.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy, I don't know. I'll send it to my friend. I'll do whatever he says. I don't really want to spend more time on it. What was I saying? Thoughts on Night Monkey. I liked that I was animating a never before seen suit when I was doing Night Monkey stuff. But at the same time, when you think Spider-Man with a black suit, it ain't Night Monkey, you know? When you say Spider-Man in black suits, that's not what pops into your head now, is it? Oh my god, it worked! Oh, it doesn't work. It does not work because I fucked up that one thing, and that's why it doesn't work.
IDK if I said this before, but you actually animated my favorite Tom swing long. When Night Monkey jumps off the train.
Really? That's so sweet, man. I think you're just being abnormally nice to me. There's definitely better Tom swings. But thank you. I'll take it. I have a problem believing. Because, oh no. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? No. What?
No, in serious haha. I remember finding your reel when it came out, and I sent it to my friend.
Ah, that's really nice. Thank you. There was so many different things that I did for that like swing down, and that was like actually such a sad thing for me, because I used to do this thing where I would do the shot the way they wanted it, and I would like finish it, polish it, do all the notes, and then before I send it, this would be usually after 6 p.m. I would then spend like hours and do like a different variation. And for that shot, I had made like a crazy variation, and then my supervisor was like, the way you did it looks way cooler. Let's like polish this up. And then we spent like 2 weeks polishing that up, and then we showed it to the visual effects supervisor. And then the visual effects supervisor was like, "Why is it different? Just match the storyboard. What the fuck?" And then like I just like clicked one button and they subbed the old version, and it like immediately got approved, and that's the end of that. But yeah, it's a weird thing with these movies sometimes, you know.
Damn rip.
It's not you don't always get to make lots of choices. It just needs to, things need to go forwards. That's the most important thing. Oh no, just fucking work. It seems to be working, except these things are not, and I know why. I know why, because this scene is broken. This scene with all this animation, yep, it's broken because these things are never moving. That's a sign of something being broke. Oh no, it is moving. No, these broke again because they always break, and this is one of those examples of them breaking, like right now while they're broken. But
thoughts on Windows 11 versus 10? Maybe you know a lot more about Spider-Man than that supervisor. Just maybe.
yeah, but it's not about that. It's such a weird thing, really, like the way these movies are done in post-production stage. It's like so much of the decision-making process is done, or it's supposed to have been done, that there isn't really any voice left for you to change stuff. Only times that you can really change things.
That was subtle but keen was blinks and breathing. What's something you noticed? That.
You mean in the Spider-Man? There was a lot of blinks and subtle breathing and stuff like that. But usually, what you can change in these movies is when oh great, what the fuck is that? When something has to change, like they storyboarded, they previs it comes to the animation stage, and then they're like, oh no, this doesn't work, what do we do? And then the animator gets to do something completely different. which is really fun when that happens. Although it always happens in a situation where everything's on fire and everyone's like going crazy because now there has to be work done and that time has not been allocated and it's everyone's nightmare. And I'm just like when that happens because I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I mean, whatever the fuck I want within control over a million people. You know, not really what I want, but I don't understand what you're talking about. Plus Happy Lab. What shot are you talking about? I'm just asking myself why, because that is just a normal swing. Let the animators make the coolest swing possible. That's what the phones needs. Yeah, but like every shot is about. I mean, for that shot, I agree. But every shot has a reason. And the reason for that shot you're talking about is to show that Spider-Man has gotten off the train. But previous shot already has him going down.
I wanted to know as well as camera animation.
No, well, yes.
That's just a normal shot.
I've changed almost everything in that, like my Spider-Man falling down shot, because that was a big problem shot, and I just like went in and did something completely different, and they were like, this works. But yeah, normally we don't really get to do that. Why is these things not moving? Ever.
Also, the breathing I was speaking about my shot's not yours.
Oh, okay.
IDDDNT had breathing and blinks before. Which is
yeah, polish changes so much. Also fingers, it adds like ridiculously a lot. Little overlaps on like tails and hair and ears. Stuff like that changes so much. It's crazy how much like better your animation suddenly looks just because you added that. Wait, maybe I can do this in a different way. So if these things, but these don't not gonna work. So why is this
Want a rock on arcade
up there? Why is that up there? I am so confused.
What do you think they do well?
Who? Who does what well? Oh, Arcane.
The people on Arcane.
Yep. Plus Happy Lab. Try to like write one long sentence instead of doing a bunch of like small ones. Juba works on Arcane, is a close friend of mine, and what they do is they do an insane amount of work. That's what they do. It's really high quality animation. It's
okay,
very polished animation.
Thanks,
no worries. It's really good stuff they do. Really good. It's really polished and it's very stylized. They're really pushing things. Like, it's a really cool way of doing realistic animation, but they're able to use all the stylized stuff. Yes, it did. I didn't watch it. I'm waiting. I don't want to spoil it. Ayo. What's up? Why nothing? Something.
What's up?
Something, come.
Bunch of losers leaking stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, come.
What's a project that you've seen that you really wanted to work on? That you like dang.
Ultraman I would have loved to have worked on.
El Maldito Muffin.
Just because it was so possible. And possible as in like I work on the company that did it, so I could have like almost worked on it. I would have loved to also worked on Infinity War, because that was being done while I was on Framestore. I would have also loved that. Oh my god, a friend of mine did that Batman shot in the Flash. A friend of mine did that Batman shot in the Flash movie where he's like chasing someone with a car and it falls off the car and then slides behind the car and all of that stuff. That was amazing. I would have loved to have done, like, worked on that and did that shot. Yeah. All those things. Would have been very cool. I don't think there is a shot in Deadpool and the Wolverine that I wish I did it. Was there? I'm like rewinding the whole movie in my head right now. And I don't know if there's any shot that I was like, man, I wish I did that. Yeah, I don't think there is, to be honest. I'm sorry, don't hate me. Maybe I just need to recall. Human Torch's flight would be cool just because it's an iconic thing.
Opening scene.
Huh?
Opening scene was pretty cool.
The dancing scene.
Yeah.
Cleaning up mocap. Thank you very much. I'm good. I'm fine.
Some people enjoyed watching the opening scene.
Yeah, it's not about enjoying it. I enjoyed it too. I wouldn't want to work on that. I can still enjoy it. It was yay, woohoo, whoop to do. You know, I don't want to do. It's a whoop to do.
Oh.
If you didn't know,
But
it's called a whoop to do.
Oh, okay. Not the other one though.
A what?
Not the other one.
What's the other one?
The other one is Andy's.
What?
The other one is Andy.
Andy.
Andy from The Office.
Andy from The Office. Oh, Reddit. That thing I hate, that my friends love. The Batman shot was sick, I can't lie. Yeah, Ren did that. What's Crawley's motto? For example, Flash, life doesn't give us purpose, we give life purpose. That's Flash's purpose? Crawley's purpose is like, look at that thing, it's cool. I wonder if I can eat it. Bye. Welcome back, Barai. Welcome back. And there's a bunch of Justina dancing stuff.
Oh, and there also was a mojito muffin when I entered the room. So I just wanted
There
to
was. That is accurate.
That is true.
Anyone has any idea why these
El Maldito Muffin.
are not transferring over? Are you reading stuff?
No, okay.
See, this thing is not getting keys on it,
Hi Sarpy Sar.
and the position does not match. Hi Dread. Because these things are what should... Okay, let me try doing this. What if I snapped you here? And what if I snapped you
BRB.
here? And I snapped you here. And I snapped you here. And after I did this whole snappy business, if I selected everything, including those like NURBS controllers though, what are we listening to? I said rock, this sounds like cartoon country songs. Ridiculous. I don't want to listen to this no more. I can't. Rock genre. You guys want to listen to rock genre? Was there anything in Deadpool that I'm forgetting that would be super cool to work
I
on?
love rock.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember the movie. Oh, there was a shot of like Wolverine running on all fours. I don't think it looked amazing, but something like that I would have really liked to have done. You know, that's a cool thing to add to the Marvel mythos. I'm sure that will be reused over and over.
The fights with all the Deadpools looked cool.
It was shot in a way that was hiding so much gore. If you know what I mean.
Excited
Like
for the new Daredevil.
the whole bus thing was, to me it really felt like you just angled the camera that way and you put the bus there so you don't really show that much brutality. And then when they jump off the thing, I just went like ugh. Because there's that Wolverine pose with like noodle arms. God damn. And it's driving me crazy now because everyone online is talking about the shot right after the shot that makes me crazy. The shot that makes me crazy is that like frozen frame, like slow-mo moments when they're just out the car, and then everyone's talking about the next shot where they land. What's going on?
I don't know if that matters, but I can see the board.
What board? You can?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything here that we're sitting?
I don't know, I'm just asking.
No, it's okay.
You don't need any information today.
No.
That's boring.
Do I have any information to leak? Okay, you scared me now.
We got him, guys.
I just opened the stream. By the way, 10 people watching, quite impressive.
Oh,
It's not
haha.
noise.
Noise. Alright, let me attempt to copy this post for the 56th time and it still doesn't work. I do not understand. This thing needs to work. Why it doesn't, I don't know. And these things are also not moving. Why? See, that's so weird because I know I posed these.
For the community.
That would be cool.
What type of real old I need to get an offer for ILM, Sony, Disney, Pixar, and Framestore?
That's very different companies doing very different kind of works. I don't think there is a reel that you can do that would get you to all of those companies.
Did you watch the Hulk vs. movie 2 episodes, one Wolverine and the other of
Yes,
Thor?
I have. It was great. I love that. Let me try to overwrite this again. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe I make a new one just to try. I'm gonna call this test. I'm gonna use this as an image.
I want to
Save.
work at every single company at the same time.
That's fantastic. Good luck. I got really excited.
I want to be hired by
When-
Sarp Animation Studios. What should I do?
It's not Sarp Animation Studios. It's called Without the H Ltd. I do have a company. I can hire you. It's not that hard to get hired for my company. All you have to do is send your reel to my email and also agree to work for free.
My name is better.
And that's
Joking.
it. That's all the things you need to work in my company. Isn't that great? Man, I do
I didn't
not
see the
understand.
message. I never got hired. Sounds like a great deal. Sign me up.
It's
Please
a,
Sarp fire me.
why are these things coming back here? Are they named differently? Oof.
Sorry, what was the company name again?
Without the H. It's not a public
Sharp
name.
and Friends.
Uh-huh. Um. Okay. This is the scene that I
You're
want
gonna
this
need
on.
like 2 to 3 more days to finish the video. I got busy with schoolwork and other projects.
It's okay, EB. Let me know if you think it will delay more though.
I kinda wanna go the film, show route for animation. In your opinion, should I apply to a big studio or a smaller
There
indie
are
for
no
a full-time
keys
job?
in this.
ALR.
Why is there no keys in this? That makes no sense. And I key this again, and then I'm gonna make another test pose. This test pose will be called Please, in the honor of begging. And now I save the pose Please, and then I go back to this one. And here I'm going to select everything, including these things. And I'm going to go to Studio Library, and there'll be a pose called Please. I hope. Please pose. And this one, I make this one perfect. It only took 85,000 tries, but we did it, guys. Sorry, what was that? I kind of want to go the film show route for animation. In your opinion, should I apply to a big studio or smaller indie for a full-time job? I don't know what level you are at, Nota. It was working! Oh, because I didn't press key after I pressed this. Yes. Save. Save. Save, 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 save.
Im saying like in the future. Will there be a battle pass in Crawley Unleash?
No. None of that noise. No battle passes, no loot boxes, no microtransactions, no 9.99s. All those things will happen through the Android villain, which will continuously... No Raid Shadow Legends.
No gems?
No. Maybe some crystals? No. No crystals. Not even a single crystal. How about that? Cash me outside. See, I wanna know something. I wanna know if it is at all possible. Select this controller and then go back to blend parents. Just open in all of them. Cool. And then I'm gonna go into my graph editor. Here's my graph editor, and I would like to erase all the keys that ever existed in this, which will remove the blend parent node because it's always blend parented. Fantastic, fantastic, everything works. Cool. Aerial pose, landing pose. Now we're gonna animate in between those. Cool. Let me click this and I'll do a little cleanup here. Curves. EULAR filter.
400 more users and we are 1,000 on Discord.
Isn't that crazy? Is that not crazy that we have so many people on Discord now? I remember the days.
I think we can invade a country. A little one.
The funny thing is that I didn't even plan to have a Discord. I think it was Rudra who were like, you should have a Discord. And then I was like, okay, now I have a Discord. Maybe you guys remember how that whole thing actually happens. I might be mistaking.
I'm not sure.
I think it was because of the prompts we were trying to get that going.
Sent in a night monkey rig for any Blender users.
Ooh,
gonna make the Maya
that's
one
nice.
now.
What was about the superior logo? This is like nice notes from Berai. Those are all very accurate notes. And he did a little smiley Spider-Man for you. Such nice guys. 1160, 1175 maybe, and we're at 30 FPS. No, this is too long.
A battle pass would be fire, but it would have to be like very simple cool skins for Crawley and maybe different spider tentacles type stuff.
Well, I wanna give you guys all of that thing without any battle pass. Because battle pass indicates that you have to pay.
Not a paid pass, just progression.
Yeah,
Could
progression.
we have capes?
Easy. No capes. I mean, the King Crawley has capes. So I am thinking this is where we land. Dunk. I don't want to make it.
BRB.
Dunk.
I want 1,000,000% of your company stocks because of my cape idea. Thank you.
That's great. Top 10 cape ideas.
You're being telegrammed.
I'm not, I'm being WhatsApped, which I'm gonna mute now.
I've been scammed by my ears.
You've been scammed by your ears?
How could I be so stupid? I missed an entire hour of your stream. That means 1 hour less fun.
How could I be so surprised I missed an entire
How do you
okay.
feel about the other heroes a part of Spider-Man world like Squirrel Girl? Or
Really? You
Or
went from like
glitch.
Spider-Man to Squirrel Girl? That's the progression you went
Keyboard
for?
ASMR.
I also like Nightcrawler because he kind of moves like Spider-Man, but I don't like the Nightcrawler that becomes Spider-Man. That should have been like all my dreams come true, but no. Instead I complain and I don't like
Will
it.
Crawley have his own like hideout, secret base?
That's an interesting question.
I like
Where do
when
you
Daredevil
guys think-
moves like Spider-Man. I like squirrels.
Where do you think Crawley would actually go for a hideout? His whole thing right now, the current story, is that he doesn't have a place to go, and that's the whole thing. That he wants like a place to be. He wants to have a place where he feels safe. Sewers might be cool. Because we definitely want to do sewers in the game.
Who look better, anti-venom or venom?
Definitely Venom.
Back to the lab.
I don't like the way
In Spider-Man in
anti-venom
Otara.
looks, to be honest. Okay, are you asking me who I like in Marvel Universe outside of...
I think it would be cool if his hideout was a very tall tower. I'm the Batman of Brighton.
I'm thinking more sewer, like imagine like an upside down tower. I think that would be cool for Crawley. Like he lurks in the shadows. He doesn't reach the sky, it's the opposite.
Sewers would be really cool. What animation is it for? Abandoned
This is for
apartments
the
complex.
landing with the car, because right now when the car hits the ground, nothing happens.
There's a lot of crime in Otara, perfect for superhero shit.
Why is there so much crime in Otaru? Why are you so romantic?
It would be so cool if his hideout was like designed, webs everywhere, and you got a spot to upgrade your stuff and customize your character along those lines. Otara is just Gotham at this point. A bunch of criminals live there. H is the darkness, he is the night, he is Crawley. I don't know, Otaro is a place where people don't respect the laws.
It's a bit weird, like, that Crawley is way faster than any car. I bugged it out again.
Zinta, if you ever come to New Zealand, meet me at Otara. Since the last time I saw this, it looks so good.
Thank you, Philly. We also have some more cool stuff we're adding in. It's on our Discord. Where is it? I'm quite excited for this.
Sir, you were web
He's gonna have
60 miles at a 40 million zone.
He's gonna have his bulked up form, and it's going to have wings also, so we can bring back the gliding. You were web swinging 60 miles over. Nice. I actually might come to New Zealand for a few weeks after I finish the movie Mask. New Zealand has Veta, and I've been watching the Planet of the Apes movies. My god, they're so good.
Sir, do you know how
It's
fast
just
you
amazing.
He'll see you there, Zinta. We will have a fight.
Why are you guys fighting? No fighting. Like the Shakira says.
Do you plan making one the G Arctic today?
Oh no, because I'm not drawing anything right now, so Gartic is too difficult for me to keep switching between.
What does Crawley abdomen do? Is it just for looking cool or attracting mates because it's working? Will there be gadgets and character customization?
There won't be gadgets.
No real fights.
There
Only
will
fight
be
animations.
There will be different skill trees, and you will not be able to get all of the skill trees at the same time because they're gonna be counter-reacting each other. So there would be customization, I guess. And skin customization would be picking different. Also, really good animation, man. Like, ridiculously good animation. Those monkeys are fucking insane. But yeah. The skins are gonna be different kind of spiders. We're talking about doing a tarantula version of Crawley and a Black Widow version of Crawley.
There's barely any animation in Planet of the Apes. Just a lot of macaque cleanup.
I don't know. Well, definitely in the latest one there is a lot of animation. Also, mocap cleanup for those monkeys would just be. It wouldn't be just a regular digidouble thing. There's still a lot of work there, for sure. Wait, if I do this, maybe I don't want to do this.
We should watch the behind the scenes. You guys could add a super jump or a leap with those arms.
We have that, but the bulky version of Crawley is actually the one that leaps a lot. Currently, we have is the animation back in here? No, but the old version of the game had
Crawley
its.
still glide, or is it just Kingly who can glide?
Kingly is the only one who can glide. We have these bounce stuff here, so you can like stick to walls like this and bounce off, or he can just climb up. Or we have these bounces with the legs. There's a big leap that when you hold space, you see that like blue bar filling up. I don't know if you have 3D features, but you have these cameras now that like track you, so you can see the news, and the news will show you being a menace. We have the dive. Oops. We have the dive animation hooking up on the ground, so you can slide on the ground now. I don't know, you're flagged, Abuzer, for some reason.
Moderators?
And then we can pick up the cars now from the ground. And then we can surf. That's the latest thing that's added. That still needs a lot of work, there's a lot of bugs with it. The animation is now looping, which is my biggest concern.
Maybe being called abuser is a reason LMAO. Is it just
That's
me?
true.
Or has the development progression been going a lot faster since you switched to the new model? Sewers would be so tough.
It's been going a lot
if a
faster.
billboard knows where you are anywhere, anytime, then the owner of the billboard must be God. Surfing
No, there's
was cool.
cameras. There's actual cameras here. I'll try to show you. Wait, I keep misclicking out of the thing. Wait, oh, Kibo hit the camera, I think. There used to be a camera up here. Yeah, I can't see it anymore. He hit the camera. But yeah, anyway, there's like cameras with motion sensors that can track you. That's the thing. And there's also gonna be helicopters with spotlights and you know, cameras on
That
the
looks cool.
helicopters as well, because they're really like chasing you. There's gonna be police car dash cams. Those are all the ways you're gonna be like seeing yourself throughout the eyes of the city.
Yo maybe add a UI that indicates how fast you are swinging. Are helicopters gonna be interactable, or they just follow you?
You're gonna be able to pick them up as well.
I sense a lot of screaming being in this game.
from the pedestrian side. I think so too.
Yeah.
The process of the game has been going a lot faster since I started doing this like every Tuesday thing for Crawley.
Hey Lasher.
So this
Crawley
year has been a
Theft
lot
Auto.
faster.
This being made on Unreal like the C++ or Blueprints.
Blueprints. I think
So-
Gibo does some C++ as well. Hello Lasher. And Philly, hello to all.
I like the blue on Crawley, it brings out the color of his eyes.
It's not supposed to be blue, to be honest with you. I think it's the new lighting in the game is causing that. But the colors you see here is wrong. Actually, I was supposed to fix that, but I forgot. I don't have the correct color scheme
Sometimes I hate
inside
cold
Maya.
targets.
Let me actually try to get that fixed.
He surfs now. This beach boy bastard ought to serve his sentence instead. It's time to round up this vigilante, folks, and get me more pictures of Crawley. Quick question: how to approach a floaty blockout animation?
I gonna need to be a bit more specific than that.
I love song.
Thank you. Oh, should I just overwrite it? I don't want to overwrite it. I'll just take these and I put them in my secret stash called the old textures. Limit size for each file. Keep both. Cool. Now that I've done that, I can now replace it with these. And let's reload.
Will the crawling up walls with the arms animation be changed?
Yes, because right now we have a blending issue. If you see this issue, it's a big problem that we have to fix. This is happening because the joint chain is not set up accurately for these legs, and it also can't be set up accurately, so we have to do a big rig overhaul again, and we're gonna have to re-export and import all of the animations again. Unfortunately, I'm really dreading that, but we had to do that so many times that we decided to not do that until we're completely sure we're not gonna add anything else in. So currently we're gonna add the bulky form, or kingly as you guys keep calling it. We're gonna add the kingly, we're gonna add the wings.
Well, guess what? I think you could make it way cooler. It looked a little stiff. Kidney.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit boring. It's just like floating up with not much happening. But you can slide down.
By the way, what kind of coding Scratch use it? Block coding.
The nails are also not following. The whole, like, this is a blending issue. Look at the amount of mess.
Send my animation in art feedback.
Cool. I'm gonna check the animations for feedback at the end of the stream, because I gotta keep animating this guy. But I'm definitely gonna give you guys feedback at the end of the stream today. I think he's using blueprints, Gibbo, and his name is Gibbo Glitch. I don't know what Scratch is. Wait, did I not update the textures? I was doing that. What happened to that? File reference editor. Actually, we do have the latest reference with the bulky inside. Replace reference. This latest asset.
Sigh, kinda tired.
I am. And I'm insane to think that I could also do a freelance thing on top. I think.
Can you jump up walls?
I don't jump up walls. You can, but there's no animation for it. So you can do this, and it does make you go faster, but there's no animation for it.
Wait a second. Is Diego here?
He was. Whew.
Bet. Crawley is having fun.
So Sarp is procrastinating is another word for that.
Is Kingly going to be like a rhino-like gameplay?
It's gonna be more like Venom. Because King in Black version of Venom also has wings.
Ah right, I forgot about the wings. Wingly. We are Crawley.
None of that.
Bro, Crawley Unleashed looks like a Spider-Man game and GTA combined soul be named Crawley Theft Auto Unleashed.
Great.
A really cool feature would be when you're swinging and when he almost touches the ground, he skids his hand on the street.
He does do that. He doesn't do exactly the animation you said, but he's doing this. Wait. If you can swing close enough to the ground, there's a skid animation, you see? He kind of like surfs on his leg if he gets too close.
Crawley looks intimidating.
He is. We don't want to fuck with him.
Hey, could you check my animation update if send it in DMS? I don't need a full review, I just want to see what you think.
Okay.
Will you shoot webs, and if so, will it be out of the Spider Sack LMAO? Or will you be checking animations later?
I will be checking animations later. On the ones on art feedback, I'm gonna check it. Right now, there's the one from Mask. And there's nothing else. I know there was like other animations you guys wanted me to check, but I only see Masks here. I think there was one from Zeem. But I don't know if he wants feedback. He may not want feedback.
Alright, he'll send it in a minute, he.
Cool.
I have a crazy idea for the Spider-Man shot. When are we submitting? Bro, I can see when the game
You can
launches,
submit whenever you
people will
like.
start making female Crawley fan art.
That'd be cool.
Crawley Theft Auto is good. Other options are Kingdom Crawl Deliverance, Crawl of Duty, Crawl Knights, Devil May Crawley and many more. Where's that Sam Raimi Spider-Man rig?
I love the Devil May Crawley.
Shit, I'ma laugh my ass off if you make a female Crawley.
Why? I actually think that Crawley should
What
probably
does Crawley
have
shoot
been.
from his hands? Is it silk or mummy wrapping?
I'm a little bit in between that. I think I'm going more towards the side of it's silk made out of like spider webs. That kind of looks like bandages because the whole mummy thing doesn't really fit any other thing in the game, so we might actually get rid of that. Why is this one up here? Someone was touching. I actually don't think this should lift off.
Can Crawley heal after time? It would
He
be so
can
cool
heal.
if there was a Venom kind of variant and he was a human, but you can change into the gooey monster on command.
He
Hi.
can change. He can heal if he eats. Hi, Cyrus. How's it going?
So female Crawley is canon.
It would have made a lot more sense if I had made him a girl,
Fuck it.
like
Make him
a
heal
spider
with
brood
handmade
mother.
bandages.
But I didn't. He's clearly not a girl.
I sent it. I feel like the last two scenes are kinda whack and needs a lot of work, but what do you think of the overall idea?
Let me see.
What will the Venom character be like?
I remember this. You sent this before, but it wasn't in the feedback thing. Oh, that was a helicopter. Yeah, I did. I don't like. That's a cool shot. I don't like this one. And I don't like how it cuts from this to that.
Wow.
I just can't see anything. I don't know what the fuck's happening for too long. And I think you need to keep Spider-Man in frame. Even in this, like, there should be like a little Spider-Man here or something. I don't know. This
Going
is
great.
nuts.
On what are you currently working?
I'm currently working on making a landing animation for Crawley. Well, looks cool, Shane. Looking forward to it. Let me know if you want feedback.
Is there gonna be web gliding with the spider legs like in earlier versions?
Yes,
Alright,
we
noted, thanks.
showed an animation for that
Maybe the transition
I'll
is
just
the
put
web
that-
grabbing the helicopter.
thing on loop.
Landing on the car.
Where is the latest? There. Yeah, you can see on the top
Will any
left
characters have a
what
alter
it looks
ego?
like when he has the wings. You can see it now. He turns into the bulky mode, and the bulky mode has the wings. So we're gonna add that eventually. I can't catch up to your conversations, guys. Landing on the car. Will any characters have alter ego? There's no other characters. There's only Crawley so far. Yeah, I might be posting the notification later. Well, it's just how many apps you have open. I don't know. There's a bunch of apps. I don't like how many apps there is.
What's your PC specs?
It's not that great. I have a Nvidia 3060. It's pretty old. I don't remember the rest. It's been too long. I got this PC when COVID started.
I like that the Spider Mode and Venom now have new names, Itsy. Did the wall crawling anim have been fixed since last Tuesday? My
No.
PC freezes with only Blender open lol. Starting my submission for the Spidey challenge.
We've added the car surfing. Wait, where is it? The last thing we added was the car surfing, which is that if you take the car, now you can go underneath the car and surf on the car door,
Itsy Bixby and Kingley.
and then you can
I
keep
still
that
get
and you
amazed
can use
every
this as a
time when remind
skate.
myself his spider legs don't come from his back, but from one the spider.
Yeah, there's a spider in his back. I want to change all these like skating animations too, because it's still using the same anime I did when he didn't have the arms, so arms are not animated.
Did you guys do any research on real spiders so you can have realistic spider techniques?
I've looked it up a little bit. There's some stuff that spiders do that's actually quite cool. Like they can hang on to their web on the wind, and they're so light that when the wind picks up their web, they can actually fly with it. They can kind of glide with it, but it doesn't look very cool. And it wouldn't make sense to something on Crawley's size. I looked at some other stuff. I really wanted to do the backwards web line thing. I tried doing that, which didn't work also. And then the web line idea was very spider-like too, but it also kind of broke the flow of the thing. It's weird, like how many things that were already figured out in the other like Spider-Man games and stuff like that. It's like such a this whole like spider person thing is such an old idea now that people really tested so many things, and I keep finding out why people haven't done certain things with Spider-Man before. But we're still finding a bunch of cool stuff that hasn't been done before, so I'm happy with that.
What's your ideal dream software to be created for animation? Can you hang upside down from a ceiling?
There is no ceilings, so we didn't get into that. Right now there is no ceilings at all. But there's a sewer map. Sewer has a ceiling, so we can get into that. But that's such a Polish thing, because why would you ever use that? You would use that in combat situations, I guess.
Wow.
But we don't have combat yet.
Pre-built with surfing skills with a car door.
Yes.
So no random lighting powers.
No. I don't like that.
I want a sector with a car door. Ayala in back.
Welcome back.
Ayala. Holy shit, Diego is back. Missed you. For the demo, do you know if we will have a map, or if it's gonna be the same thing that you have for testing?
Well, there's good news and bad news about that.
Top left, the buff character concept looks fine.
If we keep taking more time, you're gonna have a new
Good
map.
ones first.
We might have a new map for you guys, is the good news. The bad news is, if that happens, that means demo is gonna take even longer, because Bulky is now finishing up. If you guys don't know, like that on the top left, this version with the wings. The wings is set up, and Demi is doing those like proxy shapes that I have. He pretty much done with the model with those. He's just texturing it now, so we're gonna have that completed pretty soon. But there's still a huge amount of stuff that needs to be added on the coding side. So while Demi is waiting, he's gonna start doing some city environments, I think. But yeah, that means demo is taking longer than we thought.
Finally, I could say I love the environment.
Yes, hopefully you will.
Did Crawley get more blue? His texture seems different.
The one in Maya
GMW.
is not correct. The color is not the correct colors. And I think Gibo changed something in the game's lighting, and that's why the materials looks a bit different in the game now. We're gonna have to do like a whole rendering pass. Right now everything is kind of
Hi.
like placeholders. We just have the textures. Hello, Leonardo
I
Beller.
hate color management.
Yeah, I hate Maya's color management especially. I don't like this hand is disappearing on the frame. Let's put this one here. What is this music we're listening to? Alright, I gotta increase my brain juices.
Then stop USYNG Maya. I want a job glitch. Is not that easy. It looks amazing.
Thank you. I can try to show you more
okay.
if you want. Oh, you gotta say I want. Sometimes people will come and say nice things and then they leave before I can show it, and then I'll be stuck showing it to people that who's already seen it. But I'm happy to show it to you, Leonardo.
Sure. I am working now in some environment for a company.
You're a 3D modeler.
Do you want to work for free? I got the urge of drawing Crawley holding two AR-15s.
Something like that is actually in the play.
Is it me, or does Crawley now have pupils?
Crawley doesn't have pupils, but he could blink always. What's happening? What the hell?
Will Crawley
I broke the game.
superintelligent play a part in the game? For example, will he be able to heal cars he uses as skates? Never seen Crawley blink in my thinking
No.
life.
He blinks, man.
This color is the variant color, or is just the color management?
See? He blinked.
Oh, was that red light like a WRNING for the car explosion?
Yeah,
But looking your work, it's amazing. For which game is this? Oh,
this is for Crawley. We're making a
see,
game called
it has
Crawley.
pupils now.
Oh, I see you're from Twitch, which is where usually people who follow me come from YouTube. You can check out my YouTube channel. Oops, that was some stuff that we were not supposed to see. I don't like that this version of the Unreal Engine where like that pops out the simulate. Yeah, I just want to simulate
It would
because
be
when it
cool
pops
to
out,
know
I
how
keep like
fast you're
clicking off
going.
screen,
Put your nice face camera.
and I think it's a little bit slower. What does that mean?
see.
Nice face camera. Oh no, I did it wrong.
What do you mean, not supposed to see? If you don't want to leak stuff.
Ah, I see, Diego. That's smart. This game is called Crawley Unleashed, by the way. This is the latest thing we added, that's why I kept doing that.
Is it incomplete work? Literally, I wasn't even paying your attention to the stream. What do we call this new species of Crawley? Blue screen.
This is just something we're doing. This is still an in progress game. Did someone say, is it incomplete work? I did have even playing international stream. I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, back to animating because I keep getting procrastinating. Alright.
Do you think are you gonna finish TBE game this year or next year? Glitch, at what age did you get your first phone?
I would like to have the demo finished this year, but I don't think the game would be. Like, the combat is definitely not gonna be done this year.
Crawley needs to be in Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse.
That would be so fucking cool.
At I think 9. Why Diego?
Diego likes knowing when people get their phones.
Just asking.
He thinks it's
Amazing
an
music in
interesting
the
metric.
background.
Is it? Do you guys like it or are you guys hating it? Is that sarcasm talking? Or was that real gasm?
No. Real gasm.
Great.
I could make a better music. Joking.
Someone doesn't like real gasm songs.
Can Crawley cook? Bugs, humans, etc.
I guess technically he could, but if he was cooking humans, that would be too gory. You know, I don't want to push Crawley to be like, it shouldn't be like watching Saw to play this game. You know, I don't want to go that crazy.
Epidemic musics.
Epidemic musics indeed.
Rave R music. Wait, is this fog? I hear cowbells. It would be so cool if there was like a honor system.
Yeah, that would be cool, but that would be a different game. You know, if you could choose to be good or bad, that would be a different game. We're trying to do something that is manageable for
Crawley has
for
no
a
concept
team
of
of
honor.
2 people, you know. No,
Crawley
actually,
is a dinosaur from Saab Imagination. Shoots his web like Spider-Man and swing through all the nations. Crawley friends are big and small. They come from lots of places and love to play pretend.
exactly.
That's the new Spider theme song.
Crawley does have a sense of honor. He is not an evil creature, he just doesn't understand empathy very well, and he genuinely thinks humans are just food. He is very well tuned to the suffering of animals, and he doesn't want that. And that hurts him to see animals suffering. But humans, he just doesn't get it. To him, because he's been fed humans his whole life, he doesn't really see what the big deal is. See, again, what you're talking about, Philly, is interesting, but we're trying to make a roguelite game, which is like very high momentum. Those things where like you stop the game would be problematic. There isn't gonna be like a quick time event to see like an execution animation or anything like that. when you grab a human, you're gonna be able to use them as a
I know
weapon.
it's too early
You're gonna
to
be
ask,
able
but
to eat them, or you're gonna be able to throw them. And if you throw them, you can also zip to them and then do like perform different traversal stuff on it. Everything is just a tool for Crawley to use. He's not really interacting very long with them. The game is very fast paced. He doesn't really have time to stand in one spot and do something with one person. Even like the car pickup thing, we really wanted to do the thing where, like, you know, when he's swinging like this, you can take out your arms like how I did now, and that grabs the car. Let me restart. Because we don't want you to slow down even for a second for anything. We just want you to keep moving all the time. And then we added this because it was so hard to grab it with the thing, with the arms. That's when we added the slide mechanic, which slide mechanic does the same thing where you don't have to stop to pick up the car now. You can just go like shtunk, and now you have the car. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, Glitch, we're making Crawley Unleashed too. This is actually
what
the
if you
second
could
game.
grab car as Kingly and drop the car from air to the pedestrians?
You will be able
Alright,
to
I
do
posted
that.
it in art feedback. Gonna head off for a bit, so have a good one, dude. He'll be checking the channel whenever you post the feedback.
Thank you.
I'm ready for the camera comments, LMAO. People are so excited with their animation for Spider-Man challenge. Wow,
Yes.
that was sarcastic.
That was really cool idea from you guys. I didn't have anything to do with that, by the way. I opened Discord one day and saw that we're making a challenge apparently, but it's a great idea.
I think was Shane idea. Can't wait for Crawley Babies Unleashed. Greater than sad face.
I did write a little bit of a story of like what could
I
happen
always wanted to ask again.
for the end of the...
Do you prefer self-contained levels or making it open world?
I don't have that much experience in game development. This is... I mean, I've developed a lot of prototypes. This is the game that went as further as it did. So I don't think I'm the right guy to ask that. But when I play,
No quick time
I
and
actually
no story
enjoy...
drop.
I actually enjoy like more crafted levels better than that whole Ubisoft open world thing where like it's a vast open world but it's the same thing over and over and over again. So that's not really my favorite thing. Because we're making a roguelite game, there's gonna be a bit of that in this, but we're hoping that the combat will be active enough that you wouldn't mind it so much, because it's not gonna be like Spider-Man where you're just like swinging around and the same event happens again. It's the whole thing is gonna be based on combat actively, so hopefully you won't mind that maybe the environments you're doing is a bit similar. So combat should feel different every time, as much as it can. No quick time and no story choices, just when you finish fighting a team of bad guys you could always eat them or spare them. Yeah, you can eat them or throw them. It would be cool if they didn't die, if you threw them and just kept walking. He does that already, Danzilla. I don't know what the Concord game is. What are you talking about? What Concord game?
So you don't plan on doing chase levels to show off the swinging gameplay?
There will be enemy types that's going to require you to chase. There's gonna be this whole thing about like trying to turn off these cameras.
I am cool.
So, let me show you. You're going to observe the game. Well, the UI, let's say, is going to be presented to you from the eyes of the people who live in this world. So there's going to be these cameras all over the place, and you're going to be the news. You're going to be like the crazy monster that's unleashed. But these cameras you're going to have to shut down to make sure that like you're not being followed, you're not being chased. Like this is going to increase the amount of enemies that spawn on you, basically. So you're gonna have to figure out where these cameras are so you can shut them down. But sometimes these cameras are gonna be on drones that fly really fast, or it's gonna be on helicopters, or it's gonna be on cars. So there's gonna be naturally built-in chases for you to do that stuff. It's a Heroes Likely game. They worked for 8 years now. They're refunding all copies due to low sales. Oh wow. They're refunding? So they sold the game before it was released?
Yeah, search Concord on Twitter. Hey there, I'm back.
Welcome back. I hate you, Arm. I hate you so much.
Is Daiso still here? Any idea why one singular object skinned to my rig will have like 7 skin clusters? Link.
Skin clusters? You mean like a cluster deformation? Oh, that's the game, Concord.
You mean one mesh with 7 skin cluster?
Bjorn worked on that. By the way, he worked on the trailer for that game.
Yes.
And I don't
Oh,
think...
for the cinematic.
Yeah.
That one looks good. Sarp, have you played Black Myth Wukong?
I
That's
haven't.
so sad.
People keep telling me I should, and that's why I don't. Because that
It's funny
sounds
how
dangerous.
Redfall still's alive. And Concord no.
I think Concord is trying to win some sort of like audience love by offering a refund for a live game, because they had that whole thing, you know, of like live games, live service games, and all the ooh la la, you know, because you can't play them again, and they're trying to get people to sign this whole thing, which is quite stupid, in my opinion.
That game is cool, man. Take it from Danzilla.
Black Wukong. I know it's cool. It looks very cool. That's why I'm not playing it.
Single players alive.
I don't want to get addicted to it.
Crawley looks sick.
Thank you. No, I don't want to do that. We're gonna have to lower you, Mr. Translation Y. Aw, that's too low.
What will happen to the NPCs in the car?
They will die. It would be cool to like animate them jumping out of the car or something like that, and then you could have like a quick button to grab them before they got away.
Marvel Avengers with a more comic book art style.
I actually really enjoyed Marvel's Avengers. Only problem with it was that the game was fucking boring as hell. But the character controllers was really fun. I liked all the characters. It was really fun to play as each one of them. But there was nothing to do.
Family being shaped by a spider guy. I've decided I'm going to do a night monkey animation for the animation challenge.
That's
Yes,
cool.
them. Jumping out would be cool.
Alright, so that's animation. That's the landing with the car. I'm just gonna export this, and then I'm gonna immediately go back to doing the corkscrew thing.
Can he shoot webs at enemies?
We might have to. I wanted to do stuff like he can like latch onto it and he can drag them around and he can like throw them in range and all of that, but we have to get into that a little bit more. I don't want to tell you anything now. I don't really like the idea of just like shooting a web and just latch on them. I want, if he's using a web, I want it to be like a rope that they can pull.
In the Discord,
pull.
Jay said that they will view all the animations for the challenge once the deadline hits. Is that on your channel?
In Discord, Jay said that they will view all the animations for the challenge.
I played Marvel Avengers on beta and later on Game Pass, and I really don't liked it. I'll remember that.
I'll make a video
jam.
for that.
It was so cool.
I'll make a video for with all the submissions. Yeah, Game Jam was super cool. I'll make a video like the Game Jam we made. Music is gone. Oops, I'm doing stuff that I'm not supposed to do.
Don't forget Donatello.
Exactly. Carl John Idol. It's not Car, it's Crawley.
I really hate how I enjoy rigging sometimes. Yeah, Leo and Ralph too.
Also Donatello. Jay did the Donatello.
That game was fun. Wish we finished it though.
Yeah, but see, like, making the prototype took a week. Finishing it would take like 4 years. That's the problem with making games. I do want to make like a very simple game though. I have an idea for a game.
YH.
That would be like very simple to do, but I couldn't really get Gibbo interested. It was actually his idea to do a small, fast game, just to like chill out a little bit, because we've been like really pushing Crawley, and it's nice sometimes to just like chill a little bit. I want to do like an endless runner, and I want the character to be a hand, and I want it to like run like this, and I wanted the camera to be inside a car looking out, so it's like a kid imagining like running across the sidewalk, or like maybe doing something like this. And there could be little fingerboards, so you could do like parkour moves and stuff like
Black
that.
Spider, DC, Agent Spider, Invincible, or Nith Monkey, IDK. My money on Webweaver.
Now, I don't know what WebViewer does other than just
Will it
shit
be for
himself.
PC?
I haven't seen him do anything that's interesting. Agent Spider and Invisible is Spider-Man. It's originally Spider-Man. It's officially Spider-Man from the comics. So I think that would kick all those guys' ass. Night Monkey is also just Spider-Man, so I don't know what to say to that. Black Spidey from DC just feels like a ripoff, so I don't know what he could do. The Understander could do that actually for Android. Crawley is white because all of his controllers are selected at the same time. Did I already click export? Did I already export this? I need to close this. And there's some other stuff that I don't want to see, like this one. I do this thing a lot, where I'll do something and then I'll immediately forget if I did it, like this, because I did do it. Crawley car land ground. Why does it say idle at the end? Because I wrote idle at the end, for example. But it's okay. The music don't stop. It stopped again. Okay, what do you guys want this time? Trap. It turned into a Christmas song. What?
Bye, Sark. Gotta go now, but I put my
Take care,
animation in
Nota.
the feedback channel for you to review at the end of the stream, if possible, smiley face.
Yes,
Can you
I'll do that.
Houdini? See ya later.
I can't
Why
do
you
Houdini.
don't like the best songs? Sark play the Lion King orchestral.
I can't. It will get copyright striked. Cool, so that's done. I can leave this and I can go to... The colors look way better on this one. Does this have color grading on?
Damn copyright. Crawley's worst enemy.
Exactly. It's kind of like slides what I'm trying to do. Yes, give me a slide scene. And then the other one will go with dives. I think I called it aerial rolls, double NMs, car swing, wall side runs. Oh my god, dive. I hate this song
New
too.
Crawley species, Silk Spectre.
Fun, energy.
New game name ideas. Crawley Surfer, Zach Clicker.
Zack and Crawley.
These days, I just want to watch more animation reviews, cause I think one of the biggest issues in animating the anatomy of an action is how to approach that action. Actually, NBM in back. I don't have to leave for another 15 minutes long.
Is this the animation for dive? I don't think this is the animation for dive. Is that really the animation for dive we're using?
This is dive. Crawley kinda tweaking. Look
No.
at the file name.
I know, that's what the file name says. But I think that's the old anim. Is it really?
Can Crawley swim?
No. I think I updated this animation. Isn't there like...
Lie, what's up, Crawley? Lie, what's up, Crawley?
What?
Can stop Crawley now.
I hate this song too.
I say he's got you now.
I also need to... Oh! I don't have him like getting up from this. I guess that's the animation. Yeah, okay. Cool.
Very if you don't tagging the channel where I wanna go. Very proud.
You're very proud of me not tagging the channel where I wanna go. Oh. It's very useful, I think. I wish we had like
Give
a
me
search.
the worst animating advice ever.
Oh, there's a search. Never use reference. There's a search. I didn't have to write it down here. But if I select start feedback.
Crawley won't leave. He wants more. What's up, Crawley? Can stop him now. Oh woo. ASAY, he's got you now. What's up, Crawley?
Is that the Miles song but with Crawley?
What the hell is Danzilla speaking? Yes, the Miles song man.
It's singing the Miles song.
You were spot on.
So Gibo said this does now loop.
Given the chance, would you take an opportunity to work on a Spider-Verse film?
Oh, are you kidding me? I would kill for that. No, I wouldn't kill for that. Like, I would love that, but I've gotten to a point where
Okay, kill now.
I don't really want to move.
Can Crawley read, for example, a comic books? If so, what is his favorite romantic comedy story? I'm hyped about Crawley, that's all. Can't wait till Imageworks actually open a studio in London. He don't want to go back to the cold Canada.
I don't have a romantic
I'm
comedy
gonna spawn
comic
Pete,
book
the
that I've ever
Imageworks London
watched.
studio, and be one of the first to apply LMAO.
I think that's very smart for them to do that. There's a lot of animators and there's a lot of future animation work in London now. His arms don't loop. Oh, fuck's sake. minus equals 360.
Why isn't H's hand looping?
It is now. But I don't like that it is doing this.
Yay, problem solved.
Ease in. Shouldn't ease in. Okay. But by doing that, I changed.
Come on guys, how do we get permits to animate Spectacular Spider-Man using 3D and finish the story they couldn't give us? Let's fight for the short king, Spectacular Spider-Man. Since there's a lot of action animation in it, do you think you'd be put on the next Transformers ILM movie?
I don't like that. Kind of depends on. Like, I think I'm not gonna be on the next Spider-Man movie, which is killing me. But that kind of depends on what you're doing when that project starts. If you already started doing a show and then another show becomes available, then you can't switch.
Did someone say Transformers?
But sometimes you will wanna be on a show, so you'll tell them like, I wanna be on this show for sure, and then they will put you on a show temporarily, knowing that eventually you're going to change. But it doesn't always work out like that. Like, I am now in a show where I'm finishing it up. It's the last few weeks and they can't take me out of this show no matter what, but it doesn't matter because it's just the last few weeks anyway. But even if this was a show that lasted like a year and I was on the last 2 months, they still can't get me out. And then they also can't leave a spot open for 2 months in the next show. So if that's the case, you just don't work on that show and that's it. That's the life. I love spectacular Spider-Man. I really love it. Okay, my 2 tasks.
What's your dream movie to work on?
I think it is Spider-Verse, to be honest. And
Who would win in a
Incredibles.
fig Deadpool or Deathstroke?
Deadpool.
B. B.
You mean like Bumblebee? I guess just trying to open the buy
How the
menu.
fuck you win against Deadpool?
You don't. I hope that was a successful answer. I think you can just trap him and you can call that a win. If it's a battle to do that. Because Deadpool has that thing where it's not just a healing factor he has. He is cursed by Death because Death doesn't want to deal with him because he keeps like hitting on Death. And oh wait, no, it wasn't like that. I think Death was actually interested in Deadpool.
Or put him the collar from Deadpool
and Thanos was also trying to flirt with Death. And when Thanos realizes that Death actually likes Deadpool, I think Thanos curses Deadpool to never be able to die to make sure that he can never be with Death. I think that was a thing, so it's a big
Y'all know
problem.
Crawley can take on Superman.
No fucking way, Crawley would be dust against Superman, unfortunately. Dive, starts. Dive, loop. Dive, and...
Crawley versus Hulk.
No, Crawley will die to that too, unfortunately. I don't like. Yeah, I think Crawley might treat Hulk like an animal. He may not see him as a
They
human.
both have super healing. Nah fam, you just have to believe and then watch Superman talk the L.
Or you just bring a shit ton of kryptonite, I guess.
Crawley versus Brainiac. Crawley just need to get kryptonite.
I think Crawley would actually really enjoy hanging out with Superman,
Then
so
the
he
match
can
is
like
history.
try to chew his head and like chew his arm all the time, even though Superman is not hurt by it at all. He would still enjoy it. Because again, he doesn't take joy out of like murdering people. He just wants to eat. And it would be just like a chewing toy, Superman, because he can just like I don't know, test his teeth on it or whatever. Cool, so that's also done. I think I've done everything that... Oh wait, what am I exporting? I didn't export anything, I didn't select anything. File... I would like my brain to wake up. Alpines.
And that means Crawley can be domesticated.
Yeah, he can be.
Crawley is focusing on food way too much. He should focus on the destruction of Superman and Thor and other overpowered heroes.
It would be hilarious if Crawley could like lift me on it. Alright guys, I'm gonna start hitting you with some art feedback. Zintor, there's a message from you. I don't know what this is related to. Do you want me to read this now, or I don't know if Zintor is even here
Crawley
right
gonna be my new guard dog. Later.
I see what you did there. You just went back to the same camera angle.
Can you record a mall SAR? Could Crawley beat the lizard?
I think Crawley could beat the lizard.
Cool art feedback. Let's watch and learn, cause we are watching a master at work. Sarp we can't see.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just watching it. What people submitted. Nota also submitted this. Okay. There's 3, right? Yeah, I can do 3.
Whoa, where's that Sam Raimi Spider-Man rig from? Crawley versus Anti-Venom.
Anti-Venom fucking sucks. It's a stupid idea. Venom is great. Why are you making Anti-Venom? What's that, Anti-Spider-Man? Fuck off. Just flip the colors, fuck off. I don't like Anti-Venom. Alright, I have muted you guys now. Don't be so religious, it's not your fault. I just don't like that character. I don't think it's a great character. The whole like healing thing. Okay, checking the OBS. Probably that window constantly playing stuff. It's not gonna be helpful, so I'm gonna turn that off too. Alright, I'm gonna click record. So let's watch this animation from Nota. Okay, so first off, here there's a nice overlap, but it's kind of like always overlapping. So right now you're kind of like doing this all the time, so it feels like a tail of a shark or something like that, where it's supposed to be like you know, when he's hitting his feet down, it's like putting the rhythm. So it has to be like overlap, stop, overlap, stop, overlap, stop. But yours is always like overlap, 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 overlap. There isn't like a strong point where it hits and ends. I'm gonna mute this because it drives me crazy. So like here it's nice that like you reach the highest point with your feet, and then this is still going up a little bit like that. And it's nice that it's kind of dragging here. But here I kind of want to see like a sharp point. So if this is your arc of this toe, let's see where this. It's like here, this is one, 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 this is one. See how like it's soft. It just like slows in here and then it starts going the other side. I kind of want to see it like, if these are your poses, I want to see it like that, and then like slam here, and then like stay here, and then start to go back up again. So they will be like, instead of like just like smooth transition like that, moving all the time. Also, when you're moving like this, you kind of want to make sure that this point is static, because you're supposed to be banking off from that, but I can see it like keep moving all the time. So this feet constantly sliding left and right makes me see that the controller that you're rotating is from probably here. So when you want to rotate this side up, it's actually also making this side go lower like that, which is a problem. You should set your pivot point to be here on this exact same point. And then if this is your feet, this is how it would like rotate. Sorry, if this is your feet, it should like rotate up from that point like that, where yours is kind of rotating up like this, if that makes sense. Your toe is like going in a little bit. All right, so that's that. Then we have this shot, and you're trying to hold the rhythm here. Let's actually might need to listen to the music if there's any rhythm thing you actually did. It doesn't feel like it's really matching the music. It just feels like he's always doing the same thing, which is okay. See, I don't see the overlap that you had on the shoe on this body, because I'm like looking at his shoulder pads and I'm like looking at his jaw here. By the way, the shader on this thing is really cool. And I can see that here, like in these frames, when I go like between these two frames, I can see that everything is going down, and in the next one everything is going up, which means that you have the keys for your head, your neck, your torso all on this frame 71, and then they all come to the same frame together, and they all leave the same frame together, where it would be nice to have this like overlap you did here, where like, you know, the feet stop rotating up here, but then you still have this little part, the toe bit on the tip is still moving, which is nice. And it's kind of lacking here. In here it feels like it's just doing like that instead of going like this. You know, you want to see that overlap of like something dragging. But the biggest thing that I'm really reacting here, it feels like, you know how you have your like rotational axes in your controllers. When you have like a controller selected, you have your rotation Y, you have your rotation X, and you have your rotation Z. Why is there no blue? Really? Blue is where you draw the line. Here, stop that. And then you have your rotation Z, or black, apparently, whatever. It feels like for all these controls, for the heads, maybe for the neck and for the torso, you're like locked into one axis of just like rotating from this angle. But if I was like, this is why it's a nice idea to shoot reference to figure out how this would work, because I don't know, like I kind of have to think. I feel like there's a more of an axis in my head, and I think it's a bit of like a weird dog thing to like perk up your ear, so to like listen to music as if like it's here, Like I'm aiming with my ear. So I'm listening to music, but I'm not going like the. I'm going like, yeah, that's a cool music. I like that song, kind of thing. So it definitely needs to have more accesses. And from what I just did, maybe you can shoot like a cooler reference. But I would kind of see this head like rotating a little bit like that too. So like when you're listening, you can have when you're like doing your head bobs, you can have some asymmetry. Maybe he's leaning on one side more, and then you can have a bit of an angle here. Maybe this shoulder could be higher. I'm now leaning onto a table, so my shoulder is like super high. So you just have to shoot reference and see what works. But then you have these spikes, which is actually a great way of making arcs, because you have your character controller's pivot point here on this spot. So when you move this around, it's going to move these a lot more, the spikes at the top. So instead of like doing just this, if you did something like a little with a lot more rotation, those spikes are gonna start creating like really nice circles, and that would be quite nice to do. Because right now it's just like up and down, up and down, up and down, and there isn't anything else happening. Okay, so there is an overlap thing you're doing here. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose. The reason we have overlap is like if we have two things here, one thing here, one thing here, and we're gonna get them eventually to this point, right? It's gonna be like that. So overlap means that when this guy ends up going here, maybe this one hasn't yet gotten there, and then that's gonna, like, instead of going like this, it creates like a little overlapping feeling like that. But what never happens in this situation is that this thing that overlaps wouldn't go higher. And if you look at this frames here, this is the part where your head ends, and it's supposed to be overlapping because your body is supposed to be going down faster, but it goes on top of this line. So you're stretching the head to make an overlap, but I think when you're squashing it, it increases where the end of your head is, and you're doing a counter basically. So instead of like going down and overlapping, it's going the opposite direction, which doesn't work so well. Again, with the same thing with this part, he's just completely rotating in one axis to go down. Like instead of going down like this, you could have it like going down like that or something. You know, you could find a nice rotation. Maybe he's like he would rotate more towards this, and we would see more of his like chin here. This shoulder would be closer to the camera. Maybe we can move the skateboard a little bit here, and maybe we'll see like a cool arm or something. But right now it's like kind of locked into one axis. It's like there is no other axes. So that's something to think about. Here you have everything moving at the same time issue, the classic. What I mean by that is you have this character controller rotating and this hand going up there, and I can see that it's all happening at the same time because they're all moving the same amount. Like if you look at between these two frames, the amount of difference that this arm has relation to this and relation to this, like these three parts, and if you look at this feet, it's pretty much the same. So nothing is overlapping, nothing is starting and ending in different frames. For something like this, I think I would keep this hand here for as long as possible. So instead of like rotating up like that, I would like rotate it up like this and then open the hand, and that could create some nice arcs. So also with this knee, I wouldn't show this knee. How to explain this? It kind of like, this is the kind of shape you have. This is the knee, this is the spine, this is your hands, and this is your other hand, this is your other leg, and that's the head. So they're kind of rotating together, but they're all maintaining the relationship too much to the body. So when it was spinning, it would be nicer if you like use your legs and your arms kind of like tails that just like drag behind. So when you reach the highest position where you're like happy with your rotation of the body, then you will like slowly opening them up and then it would just feel like something like that instead of just going like that. So that's one thing I would say. And again, I feel like it's very locked to like this axis. I would kind of like to see this head do more of an arc like that here. It feels very locked to like the center of the camera. Yes, like here you have like a nice position of like waiting, but if you can see, it kind of looks like a toy. It kind of looks like this thing, because if I move this around, the negative space between this arm and this body doesn't change because it's a solid object, and it kind of feels like that here. Like I can feel this distance that we can't really see here, that this arm has to his body, is the same. So it feels like a kind of like a character that's like stuck in T-pose. It would be nice where you have these frames where this body stopped rotating, and this would be like a nice time to see this arm here, then see this arm here, then see this arm here. You know, this slowing moment would be like a nice time to see all your limbs resolve the momentum. And then when it's falling down, you can also keep moving the head. So you see the head comes to like this like side position and kind of stays down, and when it's falling down it kind of goes like this, instead of kind of like trying to continue its momentum. So here you can like drag the hair a little bit, the head a little bit to this way, so you would finally reach this point, and you would use these frames to keep going up, keep going up, keep going up, keep going up, like here. And then here you could like drag it, like like the rotation you have on this body is like his head is going from this crouch pose to this silent pose, while his like body is rotating. It's not really adjusting to the spin that the body has. I hope that makes sense. I'm basically trying to make you track this point of the head and draw a nice arc with it. So something like that, instead of just like staying still. And here again, I feel like there's a point where like there's a pose here that you keyed, and there's a pose here that you keyed, so everything is activating at the same time. So this again would be like a good time to decide what would lead this action. And if you looked at any references, what parkour people who do parkour do is when they're in midair, to change direction like you have right now, you can't just like stand like this and like start rotating. You have to like move something first, and that yanks you forwards. So if you had this hand a little bit more up here, and then in these frames you show this arm like swishing like that and going rotating like here before anything else in the body does, and then you can have a reason to start rotating the chest, because now the arm is here and this could drag behind. And I would keep the legs like how it was before, because by choosing to move this arm first, I've basically said like this is what's leading this action, this is the source of the energy. And here this energy would like start attaching this shoulder, so you could like start affecting here, but I wouldn't go all the way down to his like toes, for example, because the energy here has to kind of like transfer and go all the way here, and it's gonna take time. These are all gonna take like different frames to get there. Where like in a pose like this, you can see that both this feet and this feet, they're all moving at the same time. This arm going like here, they're all like activating at the same time, so it feels like a robot that was going like this, and now it's going like this, and now it's going like this, and now it's going like this. You really have to decide what goes first and what follows. And if you were to do that, if you were to like lead with this arm, you would end up in like a lot more interesting poses like this. Like you would still have this feet trying to stay where it was. So this pose of the feet I'm drawing here, I'm imagining it would be something like this here. Okay, so it's not the exact same point, but it would create this nice torquing motion. Maybe this leg rotated faster than this one, because it was this left arm that pulled, so the left arm is closer to the left leg. so you can like start affecting this earlier, but I would still have this arm dragging behind, and then I would have the head already looking at the direction that it wants to look at. So you could have like these like nice twisting cool poses. Maybe the arm already start to show from this side, something like that, instead of just like having one thing and like rotating it all together at the same time. But yeah, to make those decisions you kind of have to look at some references to decide which moves first, which comes next. Same idea here, like this hand moving like that. Like this hand reaches its like final position the same time that this body reaches its final position, where it should be dragging. You should be deciding what leads first. Like for here, I would probably lead with the shoulder here, and I would rotate it like this. These would still be dragging. This arm would still be dragging. And then the head would be here somewhere. And then when I reach my final position with the body, this arm would still be trying to catch up here, and like slowly getting to a spot like this. I hope that makes sense. But what you would be tracking here, basically, if you had like a point on the shoulder here, going like this way, amount of like distance this red dot travels versus this yellow dot travels, you can see it's like a lot different. It's like they're two different things, so they have like two different speeds, and that will make your animation look a lot more fluid and a lot more organic. So you need more overlaps basically. Try to break this habit of like selecting all the controllers, keying it at 10 and then going to 20 and like keying everything at 20 and just like letting Maya handle this part. It's what I'm talking about is not like coming to frame 15 and like doing one arm pose and like calling it it's all good. No, it's like your arm maybe should start at 9 and should maybe end at 16, or like the body starts at like 12 and ends at like 21. You have to like figure out what's leading, what's following basically. So your timeline will end up looking a lot more dirtier for doing that, but it will be worth it. It will feel like a lot more organic. I hope this helps. Also, I don't know what this is, but I like it. There's a guy hanging out here. Cool. I'm gonna stop this recording. I'm going to check out what you guys have been saying. Gonna be a new guard dog. Can you record them all SARP? Yeah, okay. So SARP we can see. You guys can see. Okay. Access and it said, okay, you guys basically didn't say anything at all. I didn't even have to mute you. Maybe you're not even here. Maybe I'm just like losing my mind.
Nice recording, man.
Thank you. Alright, so let's go to the next one. We have the Shane one. We have the Mask one. We don't have the Zintor one. And then there's a Plus Happy Just Sent one. But it's not related to the current thing. So I might do that one last if we have time. Or maybe do that on Thursday. Actually, white would probably be best for this one. Alright, so this is from Mask. This is the animation from... I'm not going to re-record that. This is from Mask. Let's see what Mask did. I cannot play that music, Mask, unfortunately, so we're going to kill that. Okay, this is from Mask. Alright, it's looking super cool. Let's check out... Oh no, my mouse is not gonna work for that part. I'm actually not gonna go full screen, because the corners of the screen sometimes gets an issue. Boom. Let's look at this. This shoulder here feels very isolated, and the curves like for it seems to come to like a very hard stop. I think you can ease into this a little bit. Also, I feel like this shoulder reaching its like final position and this chin reaching its final position is happening at the same frame. So I kind of feel like they both together hit like a little point. And then this one dies completely. And then the head starts doing like something completely different. I might be wrong, but it feels like for the head controller, your rotation Z ends and comes to like a complete dead. And that's the frame you start rotation Y. It would be nicer if they kind of like blended in a little bit. Like your rotation Z kind of eased in these last frames, and then your rotation Y like eased out like this, so there would be like this transition period of your curves. That would be cool. Again here, it's a very harsh stop on the head on your rotation Y. Watch and see if you can spot it. There's a part where like the head is alive, then the head becomes like a completely dead object, and then it just starts inheriting the rotation from the chest. And your chest is overall rotating all the time very evenly, but if you look at the head, there's a very distinct reason for the head to turn. So he's like looking here, then it goes like that. It's you can see the head speeding up and then coming to a full dead stop, but you would want it to kind of slow in. I want to see that same kind of energy on the chest, because right now they feel a bit isolated. It feels like the head is like, oh no, there's danger, and the chest is like, no man, we're fine. It feels very like, if you track the spider logo, it feels like it's very slow and it's not really reacting to the speed change that happened in the head. So if you look at me, it would be kind of something like that. So my head reaches the max distance to go, spots, starts easing in, and then the chest starts following really fast, but then the chest also eases in. So it would be like something like that. You wouldn't just like hit that point and stop. The chest would stop first, and it's like slowing in, and then the chest would go fast, and then like starts slowing in as well. There's that. Your side to side is feeling a little bit floaty, because when you're doing a weight shift, basically this is, I can see you didn't animate your legs here. So if this was your weight shift here, if you were leaning onto this feet, this is how your hips would be. This is where you would be resting. And then if your next pose is like this, and now he's leaning on this feet, this transition from the left leg to right leg is not a solid line. It would have to dip in and go up to show that transfer of weight. You have to go down a bit and then go up, because these are the points where you're on your one feet is where your hip is the highest. But if I watch this, I just see it like sliding from left to right, and there's no up and down, and there's no up and down on his head as well, if you track what the head is doing. There's a little bit of a hitch on this arm, that like the arm is dead and it wakes up all of a sudden, if you can see it there. I don't know how you're doing this. I don't know if you're using a reference and trying to set the keys accordingly, but if you were to select this arm controller, I don't know if this is FK or IK. If it's IK, it's in chest space, I think. But it looks like there's no animation, and then there's animation, and then it like dies again. And there needs to be like some easing in and easing out of these like harsh movements. Otherwise it creates the thing that we call like hitting an invisible wall. It feels like it interacts with something here and then decides to completely stop. One thing that I think would help an animation like this, I think you have everything inside this like chest space, that everything is like getting driven by the chest, meaning that if you rotated this chest, all these like shoulders, arms and head would all turn together. So when you have some keys where the head is animated and some keys the head isn't animated, but you have the chest moving all the time, it creates those like harsh like speed up and slow downs. If you're using Maya, which looks like you're using Blender, actually I don't know how to do it in Blender, but if you space switch this head controller into world space, you can see easier what I mean in your graph. There's that. Then the shoulders. I like how the shoulders are raising up like that. I like that the right shoulder starts rising up before the left one. Or maybe actually they're happening at the same time, I think I just realized. So you can make sure that they don't tween. Also, overall, posing wise, I think you would benefit from some rotation Z. So because your chest is like constantly locked in like this, rotating left and right like that, it would be nice if you're like looking left and right, if you like dipped in a little bit, dipped in and out like this using your rotation Z. Or it should be rotation Z, because it's Blender, I'm sure it's weird in some other axis, but you understand what I mean. It's not just like side to side, it's like going down and up, down and up while you're rotating. It doesn't have to be down and up, but it always helps to add another axis in. So another way to do that would be when he's like looking like this, you could also use some like rotation X on the chest to do this. And the reason this feels like it bothers me right now, because if I look at the highest point of your head, it never changes throughout the whole shot, which is so weird because he's moving a lot, but you're only moving it on that like horizontal plane. There is no up and down in anything, so it feels a bit weird. But this is the kind of thing that's like would be really fun to add to these things, you know, like you have the head rotating down here. Imagine like doing the same thing, like you're going from looking left to looking right, but you're rotating the head down a bit first to do the rotation. Just do the same thing with your chest as well to emphasize that. And then you can kind of create a nice gesture line like this if you were to raise this shoulder up a little bit and lower this a little bit. I'm not saying go like well like this, like don't overdo it, but there's a little bit of like rotation X you can do by just thinking where these shoulders are and like trying to break the symmetry. I hope you can now see what I'm talking about after we talked about. It's kind of like the same thing with the shoulders as well. They're always locked in the same height throughout the whole shot. And then, yeah, like I said, there's a point where the head dies and everything is carried over by the chest. Yeah, now the more I watch it, the more I feel like both of these shoulders are activating at the same frame. It would be nice, like instead of just going like that, if it just went like that a little bit, you know, just like one shoulder leading the action. Which sometimes it's a lot easier to get that feeling of like the shoulders not moving at the same time if you just rotate your chest, you know, because the chest kind of carries these two things around. If you just like rotate the chest on this axis a little bit, it already creates some like nice symmetry in your shoulders. And then even if you like rotate it like this and raise both shoulders at the same time, it's gonna still feel like you're leading with the one side of it. Okay, then we have this guy. Let's end it here. Why does this not feel like the same pose to me? I'm not gonna get too much into the camera. I think it's just that seeing the two eyes and then suddenly seeing one eye. But the spider logo feels like it's still looking roughly at me. I don't know if he just moved the camera or also updated his pose a little bit. It doesn't feel like it's hooking up exactly to me, but it doesn't matter, that's very nitpicky. Here we have what we call twinning, where like both of the arms reach the highest point at the same time. First off, they have the same thing where you can see when the chest rotates, the arms are moving together and the relationship to each other is always the same. So this is kind of causing like it's holding like an invisible pole and they're always like moving together. And then you have twinning, so now they're like separating from each other, which is nice. But because they all move at the same time all the time, you can kind of hopefully see what I'm talking about here. You would never do it like this. This is called twinning, where you're using both your limbs at the same time. There would be one of them would definitely lead before the other one. And then when you reach this highest position, first off, this is not a great pose for this camera angle you have, because you're stacking this arm inside your chest. So I can like kind of see this one, but it's becoming harder to see the other one. And another thing is that there is no overlap on the arms. So the arms kind of go up like this and go down like this, where it would be nice to break the elbow a little bit when he's like doing this, like when he's like getting strength from that. That way you can reach the highest point of the elbow, but then as you're moving the elbow down, you're moving your whole arm down. If you break this elbow and like rotate this hand, what it will do is like it will make sure that the hand is like still going up even though your arm started to go down. Let me try to draw that. So like this is your arm, this is your elbow, this is your hands, and you reach this position of the elbow and the hand here. Of course you can't do this because that would mean that his elbow is completely broken. So you have a problem of you need to start. Oh, just let me undo. God damn it. So you have a problem of trying to break them apart, or you should want to break them apart so that they're not all moving at the same time. You can start lowering this arm down like here, but you could, if you bend it, the highest point of this hand is going to continue increasing. So your hand is going to do an arc like this, where your elbow is doing an arc like that, and that's going to really create like a nice overlap instead of just like going like this. Another thing again in these poses is you're not using any rotational axes on like rotation X, like you're not really doing any of this stuff. So even if I'm just like going up to the jump like that, it would be cooler to go like this, like, you know, to feel like you should shoot reference, and you will see that you will never like move like that. You would do something like maybe this arm would go up faster, maybe your elbow would like raise a little bit, maybe you'll do like a little bit of different pose, but your chest would definitely move in these axes as well. Even if it doesn't, you should do it because it will look very aesthetically pleasing and your silhouette wouldn't look so symmetrical. Here you can do some overlaps, but before I get to the overlaps, another thing that could benefit a lot from this is doing some sort of an anticipation with your body height, because you can see that there's a point where the body starts to go down, and I'm looking at this belt to track what's happening. Because of the camera's movement, it's a little bit hard to exactly see how much your belt is moving, but I can pretty clearly say this is the frame that it like suddenly activates, which means that if I go to your graph editor, probably what I would see for this belt controller is that it's not moving and now it's going down. Where you kind of want it to go like that, you kind of want to anticipate the fact that it's about to go up, it's about to go down, you know. So because this pose is technically your anticipation for like the jumping, but even the going down part here needs some anticipation. So like in these poses you could like slightly start raising this body up, and then you could like start coming down like that. And also it would help a lot again if your arms going down pose and your hip going down to not happen at the same time. So this hip is not moving at all, and then your arms reaches the highest points, and now you can see that they both started moving at the same time, which again makes it feel really mechanic. You should really figure out like what's leading and what's following. I think it would be your arms leading for this action, because this is why people do this, because like you're creating energy like in front of you and getting unbalanced, and then you pull that back to create the momentum. So it would be your arms leading. I think it would look very cool, for example, if you, let me try to draw it exactly. Oh, but it's too small, I don't know if I can draw it. I would do a different pose here, or like I would maybe rotate him a little bit more to this side, and maybe do a bit of like a more interesting pose like that. Just what I'm trying to do is purely to avoid this stacking you have, that this arm is completely lost, but that's a different conversation. I'll get back to that. So this body going up, and these are the arms here. If this body kept going up while the arms started going down, and then at some point they will start moving down together. I don't know if this is gonna read. It's too fast. But if you can see, my body is still going up while the arms are going down. You need to find these moments where you can do this to create some sort of overlap. Otherwise, it looks like a robot. And you have this toe pushing this part of the body up, which is like a really cool way of like showing asymmetry. But if I look at this hip, it's completely flat, so this pushing up created no result in this, and it would have created a result like that. Actually, it wouldn't be pushing this one up, because if this arm is bent, that means the weight is mainly being carried on this, and this would cause your whole body to move a little bit slightly to the left, and it would make this part of the hip go up, it would make this part of the hip go down, and then your shoulders would look really unbalanced, and then you would have to tweak that to create an asymmetry. And then just by like doing this heel raise you made, you can actually have like a lot more dynamic and asymmetrical, more appealing pose. And all of the things that I talked about would automatically fix itself. When I'm talking about these things, I feel like I'm talking about like too many notes, but it's like a domino thing. If you fix one thing, everything like suddenly like shifts into place, because they're all trying to achieve the same thing of like making an appealing animation. Same thing here. Your body starts to go up at the, like everything is going up at the same time as the hands are going down, but they're keyed at the same spots, because I can see this is going up, this is going up, this is going up, and now it's going down. So there's a part on this pose at like 81. This is where everything is keyed together. And if I look at the chest, it's going down, going down, going down. And here they all started doing something different at the same time. I think for an animation like this, these arms again would continue leading. I think your hip and your chest and your head and everything would be whatever pose you had here at 81, at 82, they would still be exactly the same, and only difference would be the arms. And then 83, you would get like the chest rolling up, and these arms are like now going down faster. So now you would have the chest going up, but wherever your head is, I would keep the head there to make sure that, to show that the arms are leading. Of course, your legs are exactly staying like how they were. It's the whole energy thing. Your energy source is this hand, and it's like coming to get everything else. It's imagine like this is like a car that's like driving by so fast that when it passes by here, it's gonna pick up all of these things on its dust, because that's what that motion is. That's why people do that thing with their arms. You're kind of going like to like push yourself, like to use the momentum of you swinging that hand to make everything else move easier. So here the chest is now also moving, and by the time that this arm has like reached to this point, I would start lifting the chest a little bit, but not too much. I would still make this head drag like that, And then here, maybe you can like start doing this thing. And I would also try to follow the arc of this hand that we have. So I drew it like this. So I'll continue doing my arc. Something like that. And then again, it has the same issue of like these guys like holding a stick together. You see, they're always at the same height together at the same time. So this is changing a little bit, but I don't know why that's happening. So they're always together. See again here, look, think, highest point, lowest point, think, 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 think. It would help a lot to break that. I guess you have a, I don't know which pose you spend time to sculpt. Maybe this pose, or maybe it's just a camera angle, but this is the first time that something asymmetrical is happening, which is quite nice. All of these poses again, see what would happen if you made a decision like, okay, I think this arm leads first and this arm doesn't lead first, is when you would get to this pose, because this arm led first, it would be higher and this arm would be lower, which would create, like, naturally make it so that you twist this chest like that, you know, and then it would make more sense that this side of the leg is dragging but this one started to go up. All these things I'm talking about, like, is kind of like piling on top of each other to help each other out, so you wouldn't have this like, only asymmetry you have is coming from the legs here, but the chest is, if this is the chest, you're always like revolving the chest like that, and then like this, and then the chest goes like that, and then like this, if this makes sense. You never have this, you know. What if you had something like that? Just like twist and rotate and do all the whole chest rotations. But it's very hard to make these decisions, like, oh my god, I don't know which side it would even rotate and all of that. And that all comes from the decision of what leads first, which comes from reference. It's if you're actively thinking about how these things are, it's not gonna look natural. You should just like get up and do it. You can't make this flip yourself, so you should look at a flip that somebody else makes. And even if it looks like it's really like moving at the same time, it will always be a difference. A natural imperfection would always happen. One arm would always go faster, one arm would always follow, etc. Here, I think this is the only thing that I want to talk about. See this, you have like some cool poses here, but your body is rotating all together here. I don't know if you can see it. So you're shooting this web, and then Spider-Man ends up in this pose. I like this pose. This is a very good pose. This is the point where the energy is. So like flung the arms to that side. That's great. But when you have these poses here, you start rotating him this way, but it makes no sense. There's no reason yet for it to rotate. When this web line connects, that's when you need to start swinging. So it needs to be like this, but because it connected over a few frames, it needs to flung to this side, which is the same idea here. You're saying that if this is the one that leads, you have to make sure that everything stays like how it was, you know. Instead, you're moving all of it together, and it makes me feel like this thing doesn't have any weight. Also, before you reach this pose, you definitely have to connect this web. I would say your web needs to connect by around like this frame or something like that. So you can have one pose like this, and then you will have this pose where this arm is getting yanked, but the rest of the body shouldn't, and it would still connect, and then you would slowly resolve the rest. Also, the placement of this doesn't make sense to me. So what you're doing is like you're pulling up your legs to be able to push yourself up. But I think you would be doing this. Let me think about it. I mean, you can do that. I think what I'm reacting to here is that his legs are always in front of him. Like here it goes back, but only by the bend of the knee. He always has like something in front of his body, which is weird to me because it makes me not feel like he's being swinging and like dragging behind something when you always have something in front of his body. And then it goes even more in front of his body, and then you have the jump. And that's a very complicated action to make because he's pushing forward with his legs to go back. This is another one of those things that you have to, instead of like opening up here, so you have this ball shape, and in every frame you see him like opening more and more and more and more, but then he rotates this way, which makes sense normally because when you're doing this you should lead with the feet to kick it up. So if you were keeping this part curled up while these are getting like straighter and straighter, when they hit their apex, which yours doesn't, there needs to be a point where they're like really pushing forward to create that like tear shape of like, man, like I'm really pushing it and I'm going so fast that everything is dragging behind thing. And then it would make sense because you would like start rolling that after these poses, and then it would make sense that it's rotating the other way. But yours doesn't have like a direction of which thing should go first. See, even if you thought of like, oh, I just want to make a nice arc with the feet, you would still reach a similar solution to what I'm talking about. Just by trying to make a nice arc with the feet, you would like start resolving some of these issues because you would be focused on making the arc nice and big, and this would create, like if you wanted to do a nice kick up to create this arc I'm trying to draw with the feet, you're gonna need to have the feet closer, further away, furthest away, and this change in relationship is what you have to do to create a nice arc, because if you kept it same, it would kind of go like this to always keep the relationship to the body. Just by doing this, you kind of have to make the feet go faster, and if you're not doing that with the body, it's not going to create the same thing, and you would immediately make sure that this ended up leading. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like I feel bad when I'm giving all these notes, but they're all kind of like piled on top of each other. Alright, I think I spent a long time in this one, so I'm not going to continue anymore. I hope this was helpful. I'll move on to the next one now. Alright, let me check out what you guys said. Plus happy what? Oh, Mask was here listening to me.
Appreciate it a lot, Saab. Thanks.
Man, great job, by the way, Mask. I don't want to sound like an asshole because I keep like complaining and giving notes and stuff, but this looks amazing. And I know, I think you also said that you rigged it yourself. It's super cool. And your camera is pretty good as well. There's a point where the camera is kind of dead there and then remembers that it's supposed to be recording. But ignore me giving notes. It looks very cool. I'm excited to see how it's gonna turn out.
Zine rigged
cool.
it.
Oh, nice. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Alright, next one. This one is from Shane.
Love to see Yar riggers.
I'm gonna meet you guys back up again. Alright, this is from Shane. I need to make sure this is not full screen again, sorry. It to be not full screen, otherwise my syntax doesn't work before I restart the PC, annoyingly. Anyway, this is from Shane, also known as John. Alright, this is super cool. I'm thinking if I should get into any camera stuff, because I feel like I give you guys too many camera notes. I would say one thing here, where you have this, where you're pulling with the character, but all of this space is still empty. This only happens, this space being empty thing only happens if your camera is leading, where you always want the Spider-Man to lead, because we're supposed to be following the action. So we have him on this part of the frame and he falls behind. The camera is turning this way and he's falling behind, where he should always be pushing at the edge of this, which is the reason that the camera is like constantly trying to rotate towards that direction. And that creates a bit of an annoying issue where, so I didn't know this was the problem when I stopped at this frame. I just know that I was like very looking at something that was very centered in front of my face, and next frame it was nothing, and I just lost it, and then he comes off frame. So next time I see him is here while I was looking here, so that's very jarring. So when I watch it, I kind of lose him, and then I'm like, oh, he's back again, and he like ends up coming back to that same spot again where I was already looking, but it starts from here. So if you had him like go up here and here and here and here, and over the frames maybe I saw less and less of him and he left the frame, and then you could have him enter from the other side like you have here, which would create a nice hookup, because you would have him moving this way, and in the next shot you would have him moving this way, which is the same direction, so it would feel like it's a connecting shot. But instead you have him basically come to a full stop, even though I know you want to make him go to the left, but he's not going to the left because the camera is turning. He ends up staying in the center of the frame. Instead what I have is like I was looking at something static, and then something flew in and I'm looking at something static again. So that's a little storyboard thing. And here I don't know if you want to not show him in the like, I think there should be a little bit of red at least, like maybe it should stay like this to have like something to look. This is a nice going up here, but I do feel rotation kicking in, and the reason I feel that is I feel that this thing here, the angle here, suddenly gets like a bit of a spacing increase. So there's a big change in the camera happening a bit too harshly here. You can feel it also if you look at the spider logo on his chest. You can also feel that it suddenly gets stuck. You have like a very smooth motion coming up here, and dunk, something like abruptly stops it. This usually happens when you have like curves like this that just comes into like a very solid end really fast. With camera you really have to make sure that it's like kind of like easing in, and like a little bit is like still going on, to just like really smooth it in, especially for like a slow up shot like this. And here I can feel like direction changes of the camera here, and for a second I invite you to not look at Spider-Man, look at this line here, and then you can see what I'm saying. You see how this thing comes up here and then just goes like flat, you know, going up, 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 dunk. See how like flat it becomes all of a sudden, this line across everything, because you have a rotation in the camera just died. See, it's going up, 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 and then we're stuck. So these are the things that creates like weird camera stuff. I think you have too many keys on your camera, and to do what you're doing correctly, you have, I said I'm not gonna talk about camera, and here we are. You have your Spider-Man here, and you're trying to rotate the camera around him like this, and this camera needs to make this like perfect arc. Even though we can see the camera, the arc of it needs to be perfect, so we don't get like these hiccups like you have in the background. And to do that is very hard, to like key it here and here and here and here, and oh no, this one is too high up, I have to key this one a little bit closer, and then another key, another key, another key to make sure that like it's like perfect is very difficult. An easier way to do it would be to put a locator here, or set your hierarchies accordingly, and then have your camera here, and then just like animate rotation on this, rather than trying to figure out where to put the camera to make this arc. Because if you have a locator here, and if you have your camera here, if you just select this and like rotate this, it's already going to create like the most perfect arc that I can draw for you. But you're not cutting there, so we have this like zooming in part, and then the arcing around parts, and then you're like slowing down, and then it's like starts to tilt left. So this is what you would call like an impossible shot. If this was a live action shot, this would not be possible to make. If we were in set, if this was not visual effects, if this was not done in 3D, how are you gonna make this shot actually happen? Like, you could maybe have like ropes holding this camera up, and when they reach the perfect height, there would be maybe like a cameraman here like grabbing it to like start rotating it around this guy or something like that. But then we see the ground, so we know there's no track here. Like, it can be done with like movie magic, but this is one of those like clearly 90s cinematic animation cameras where if you were in the set, somebody would go like, dude, just fucking cut. Like, we're not gonna spend millions of dollars just to make this like connection, just to like figure out the whole setup, and maybe invent like a different hinge to carry the camera, or like redo the shots 50 times to make sure the cameraman smoothly takes the camera. Like, it's too much. Just cut the shots and like save everyone in the set's lives, you know. And you might not care about that because it's 3D, you can do whatever you want, right? It's just seeing those things, even though we don't know, it's triggers that thing in our brain of like, oh, this is not real, this is not real, because we've seen so many live footage. We know what live footage is supposed to look like, and this is not a camera that would work for live footage. All right, I'm gonna shut up about camera. Right, we go up here. I like that this left hand is moving before the right hand moves. This arm is going from this pose to this pose, and then kind of getting stuck there. So because you have this finger pose, I like this finger pose here, but me liking anything comes with the caveat of, oh my god, what color does Spider-Man doesn't have? Comes with the caveat of, now I'm tracking this, now I'm onto this finger. Wherever this finger goes, I go. You showed me this finger, you laid it on top of like a nice silhouette, so now I'm onto this finger. And you can see the arc that this finger doesn't do. I wish there was like an easier way to show this, but basically this finger kind of like slides down and goes down like this. It's not really creating a smooth arc. You can also see it in the like elbow is arcing a little bit better, but it's still not perfect. It's kind of like going out and then back in. Doesn't feel smooth. It would be nice to, I can see your arms are IK, probably because you put it on the hip to create that. You can at least do an arc pass on the elbow, make sure that your elbow does like a nice arc, and it kind of goes like this right now instead of creating like a smooth motion like this. There's something weird going on with the neck here. I think maybe here you're pushing the neck too far out and then like it sits back into a socket or something like that. This is what we call stacking again, because this is all I can see in this frame. So it's not a great pose, but it's a very cool action you're doing, and I like that like you're anticipating by doing this first, and your elbow is a little bit broken here. This would be like a better pose for it, something like that, to make sure that elbow is not broken. And then you're fixing that rotation issue over one frame, which if I track this and this is a very big spacing for like this finger to jump from there to there. But this pose, let's fix this pose first. This pose definitely, because this whole, like what you're telling me as a story is that he's shooting a web to the helicopter, and this is very hard to understand in the current pose you have. So let's make sure that this arm is definitely coming out like that and it's visible. So maybe we can put this feet up here, especially in these like key poses where you're gonna hold it for a while to make sure that we can see it. You really want to make sure that it's a nice clear pose, something like that. You can show the head like this, the elbow. Like I like the pose, but I think it's the camera angle that's like messed up your pose, and now it's no longer a successful pose. So you kind of have to show me something like this so I can clearly understand what's going on, which means you have to change this helicopter to be here now, and oh my god, what am I gonna do, all this mess. But I think this mess is a tiny bit deserved, because I don't really see a web coming out of that actually attaching anywhere on this guy, unless the web is going up plink, like that. But this is stemming kind of from how difficult a shot this is. Also, that's a perfect rotation you're making here. Oh my god, what a lovely rotation down. You are I keep popping your arms. I think you're pulling the controls out too far, so that's broken. You're rotating the body without animating anything else, so then this whole log moves forward like that, instead of I don't know, maybe how would this happen? I think, okay, first off, your hands are stuck in the air, so when I do this the hand doesn't move at all and the whole body moves, which is something we talk about how we want to keep, like here your feet is completely steady across these. Oh no, it's not. I wish they were. Here, okay, let's use this as an example. Sometimes you want to keep the same pose exactly the same for a certain body part, so if you can show something else is leading, but this wouldn't be something that's in the air, you know. It's even if this is like holding a web, you would still do like a nice arc with the hands, you know, like you would grab it like this and you would like try to go down like that. You would have like something to show an arc. It looks really weird when it's stuck in the air like that, but I do like that you're trying to make this part of the animation go before this part does, but it does feel a little bit unbalanced. And also these frames where the feet is sliding is a big no-no. You can't slide both of your feet at the same time. It's not physically possible. Even Spider-Man can't do that. You have to like depend on one feet to be able to move the other feet. I think you know that these poses are like super broken here. I would continue touching with the feet here. I would probably curve his spine a little bit more. I would show his head sticking out in some way. Something like that. This is a little bit nicer pose, but there's something weird going on where like his spine seems to be dipping in and his arms are coming out. So it kind of looks like that. Instead of, oh my god, I hurt my shoulders showing you that. Instead of something like this where, you know, the shoulders are up here, pushing onto his head, and his spine is curving like this, and that's where his legs are. And it would be super nice if you could like move this feet a little bit to the side, so maybe I see some negative space here, so then it would be suddenly a much clearer pose. But yeah, this right now your body feels like this, which doesn't make sense, because if this is getting pulled, it would pull everything here. So you would have like the head being pulled, your shoulders being pulled, your chest is trying to rotate. You know, it would be like going towards the direction where the pull is happening, rather than like going down like that. This is a cool pose where you push one of the feet up, but your arms are completely broken here. I think you're aware what's happening here. Like, it's probably because you're using IK that you're getting a bit too lazy to repose the arms all the time. So I'm guessing around here you just like put your IKs like all the way to the end of the world, so you don't have to keep posing them every frame. So just by moving the body, you make sure that the arms are pointing that way. But we don't get to do that. You don't get to get out of it that easy. One thing being, if this is your arm, you know, and this is your arm controller, and this is your pole vector, and this is your shoulder, if you push the controller here, the IK pop that we talk about, your arm is not gonna look like this, you know. So this arm has a bit of a bend on this side. This is what it would look like if your controller was at the absolute edge. The second you go a little bit over this edge, but for you it's a lot over this edge, this IK pops backwards and it does this like inverse like broken thing, which your elbow shouldn't do. And you have a lot of that all across this. Like, these are, you see how the inside of the elbow is pushing out, where it should be like this, but it's like that. It's sticking out like that. So you can't do that. If you're having trouble having to pose everything all the time, you can try to put your IK controls into chest space. That can help, but again, you have to then break that relationship, because then they're always gonna move like this. But then every frame you have to make sure that it's not doing the same thing, so you can have like a nice overlap like this. Otherwise they will just go like that. Or you can try to use FK. FK will do the same thing. We'll put it into chest space. There's opportunities to make like nice head overlaps here. Like here, the body rotation and the head rotation. The head is not rotating basically. It's just there because the body moved. But you could drag the head here a little bit. I exaggerated by a lot. Don't do it this much. But you know what I mean. Like here also, you hit a point where the whole body decides to move forward. Do you see? Look, the head and the body goes down, and there's a point where they both like start to go up. It would be nicer if you like kept rotating this head lower like that, and maybe we saw some like, oh, it's so hard to hold on kind of poses, and you can back that up, like maybe like pulling the shoulders a little bit higher. If you wanted to slide the feet, I would like slide this one forwards, you know, like he's really trying to make sure he's not going. He's trying to stay. Again, show me some elbow. I'm not expecting him to be able to hold the rope like this, but like show me some elbow, making sure that it's sticking out the correct direction. And then here you could have a difference in rotation, you know, because it was already bending this way, and then you could overlap it like that. And here again, this head would be higher than the rest because it's coming from behind. Same IK issues here. Some weird poses is also happening across this. This is like almost never a good idea to cut the character like this, especially when you just started a new frame. Another storyboard thing, you're ending the audience's attention at this point here, and then I was looking here and now there's a feet there. It would be nicer if his head was here again, like if you had this exact same pose and moved it, so when I cut through these two shots my focus was still at the same thing. Or it would actually be cooler if this shot ended with Spider-Man being here, so to make it feel more impactful, right? Like he's trying to stay here and like you're taking him from this point to this point, and like this is the amount of like wow you're creating, but you have room to create this much wow. You have room to go like boom, like go like really fast, and then you can cut because you would leave my attention here across the cuts. I'd be looking here and then I'd be looking here. Like it could be better, but this is like close enough. Now I'm like back into watching this whole action. Here I would say he's dipping down too much. Like we just cut into the shot and he's already leaving the frame. That's a bit jarring.
Lucas Fluence just followed.
Thank you for the follow. Let's see. This feat, you have this like nice pose, and the reason why this pose is nice is because imagine this is your hip, this is your knees, this is your feet, right? And then I'm grabbing this hip and like pulling it, like yanking it super fast forward. So what happens is first the hip comes, then the knees come, and this is where the feet is. And then when I come here, this is the resolution, right? Like I pulled the hip so hard that this feet peeled off, and now it's in this situation where like the toes is still pointing towards where they used to be, and everything is being pulled this way. That's why this works, and that's why this doesn't, because now you're moving the heel up, and I expect you to do the same thing of like dragging this side of the feet down like this, but it's not really doing that. Also, this is very broken. It's too much rotated. Overall, throughout these poses, I think you have an issue with the shoulders. Rigs always have issues with shoulders. It's a very hard part to figure out. What I usually do is to translate the shoulders. If the rotation is not giving you the correct result, translate it. But don't have like these weird things where like if a human is like this and they rotate their arm up, they don't rotate their arm up like this. This is not like, this is what yours is looking like right now, that there's all this like gap. But when we rotate our arm, we rotate it like this. You know, when I do this, you see how my arms are getting so close to my ears. I'm not like doing it like some weird thing. It's, again, I keep hurting myself trying to show you things. Yes, so I would work on that. Let's try to find like a nice pose here. See, this is, I see these two lines, this one on the hip and this one on the thing, and I can, and this one on the butt as well, and I can see that this is just a straight line. Even though it's a very dynamic moment, it doesn't feel like a very dynamic pose. Even though like both arms are holding at the same point, if you spend a tiny bit of time and decided maybe this arm is holding here and this arm is holding here, because like you would never hold something like that, right? Like it has to be like this. But just by making this decision of like holding with this arm first, then you would kind of end up saying to me that okay, this shoulder has to be first. That means we're gonna, like, even though it's reaching, maybe this shoulder is like trying to be higher too, but they can't be in the same axis. So that means this spider logo is also going to be rotated more towards this way. And since we're rotating the whole body this way, we can also move the head like that. I'm not drawing the angles perfectly, but you can see what I'm trying to achieve here. And then to contrast this, we can do the opposite here. But I actually want to torque this the other way. Like I think if I was doing this pose, I would do with this feet up like that, and then this one down, you know, to create this like nice asymmetry. Instead of like being flat, you can create like a nice asymmetry like this to avoid seeing these things like magic. So here there's some rotation here, but it's still like not a great pose because there isn't asymmetry on top of it. We just rotated the hip. Here the same thing, just like make a decision which one goes higher, which one goes lower. It will automatically make your poses much better. You could like rotate the head a little bit more like that, and you wouldn't see these like lines flat. Maybe you would see this one like that. It would be more rotated. If that's more rotated, that means this feet is out more, and maybe this feet is like still coming in here. See, I'm trying to, for the guys who's watching on the stream, I'm trying to give notes differently. I could have told the exact same stuff I said to mask on this one, but I'm using this one as like a silhouette example, but it solves the same issues. It creates these asymmetries and it will result in more overlaps. So they're all like go together. This is very nice pose. See, again, it does that overlap thing. Why does it overlap? Because the hands go first and they pull everything up, and they pulled everything with such great strength, but the feet didn't have time to catch up to it yet. So it creates this like very nice arc. It would be nicer if this top, the end of the tip of the toes were like still looking up a little bit. And again, like you can do some nice asymmetric things. But what is a problem here is this pose. See, he is kind of going like that to this pose. So like he's at this pose and now he like goes to this pose. But in reality, what you're saying that happens is like this guy was falling, but then the web yanked up. So that would be such a huge direction change to make, because he's hanging on to like a helicopter, right? That helicopter is moving so fast. If you think of the helicopter, and if you think of the web, and if you think of the Spider-Man, the chopper making these rotations and stuff is creating this tail effect in everything. So Spider-Man and all his limbs is nothing but tail here. So you should really show like, why does a tail look cool? Because the tail don't rotate like that, right? The tail rotates like, if I have a tail like this, and if I take this part of the tail and rotate it this way, it's going to rotate like that. And the reason for that is the closest parts to the tail are doing the biggest change, and then it falls off over time to the point that this part barely moved, you know. And then if it stays here, it's gonna like resolve more like this and resolve more like that, and it's gonna like, so let me draw it here, like from here to here to here to here to here, you know, like it's this, whatever's closer here moves first, and everything else is just like slowly is later and later and later, with the same idea, because this is the part that is connected to the chopper. Any movement in the chopper is going to affect to this part first, so you have to see an immediate change in this. But instead it's kind of moving as much as his head does, and then here it just snaps off like that. That's why this is a great pose and this isn't. Not only because it's stacking, but at the same time, if you move this hands like this, again, it would double solve your problems, because you would also get rid of the stacking issue, but it would also clearly show us that this part is what connects this guy, and that's why these hands are leading, and that's why these feet are dragging. That's very cool. There's some spacing things here. I think it kind of starts here. It speeds up a little bit too much, I think. Am I recording this? Yes, I am. this is like doing that nice thing that I told about, where like the top part is pulling so fast that his body is like yanking and twisting. If you watch his feet, it's super nice that like the feet move super fast and it resolves and slows down. It creates like nice overlaps. It's just this part is the problem, where like things are rotating up together at the same time here. It would be nicer to see that like big spacing not go all at once in every part of the body, because here you can see the big spacing on the hand, big spacing on the feet at the same time. It would be nicer if like we saw the big spacing on the hand first and then took a beat and then we saw the big spacing on the feet. That'd be nice. So here, this pose, not showing the head for this long feels eerie to me. It makes me feel like his head got chopped off. So I would try to cheat it if you must, you know, during these poses. Just like start rotating this head up and try to show me the heads as soon as possible. That would be cool. But see, like this pose looks cool. Why does it look cool? Because you have the chest rotating this way, but you have the hip rotating this way, which creates that like corkscrew thing. So it makes it for a nice pose. You have this feet bent and you have this one straight. Again, it makes for like a nice pose. This is another like very stacked pose. It feels like if this is Spider-Man, it feels like the camera is here, but I feel like if the camera was here, if it was a little bit raised up and I was looking down on it, I could see, like, because right now he has like a hand coming out here and like these nice like poses here, but in this angle I can't see this arm at all. If it's just a little bit higher, I could like take a nice snapshot of the whole thing from this view, because this is like very stacked. It's very hard to understand what's going on there. And for these cuts you're making, you should be asking yourself, what do I want to say? What is like what I'm trying to say? Because here you're basically saying there's Spider-Man on top of the building. Spider-Man shoots a web at the thing, goes behind it, he's being dragged by it. Look and watch what I'm doing, you're saying, because you're going slow-mo. You're showing me that Spider-Man is shooting a web towards this thing. Again, this direction also doesn't really match where the helicopter is. And you're kind of stacking the helicopter on top of Spider-Man's pose. So it would be much better if this was here and maybe the Spider-Man was a little bit more here. Because all this part of the composition you're not really using. But I get it. I get what you're saying to me. You're saying to me, look, I'm shooting a web here. I don't know what you're saying to me in this shot. I already knew there was a helicopter. I already knew the helicopter was moving. I don't know what is the extra information you've given me. Also, here, watching Spider-Man, it feels like the helicopter is moving like a crazy speeds. But here, if it's slow-mo, is it because of slow-mo that the chopper slows down? I guess it's the slow-mo, but it's a weird thing that it immediately goes back to this thing. If this is slow-mo and Spider-Man slowing down and this is slowing down, I would want this shot to also start as a slow-mo, and maybe I see like the web coming and like hitting this point and like tightening, and like you're telling me, hey, that web that Spider-Man shot, it actually connected to the chopper. Maybe you're saying it not only connected to the chopper but connected to the tail, which is gonna break, or it may be connected to this window where there was like a kid looking and now there's like a giant spider web on his face, and it's like, oh wow, like something to say. And then you cut to, and now we're back to action kind of thing. In the current state this is in, I would just take this shot out completely. Doesn't really do anything. And this pose and that pose where we left Spider-Man is so similar, so it makes me feel like he didn't move at all during this time. Also, his hand is still open here, even though it looks like a cool pose. It needs to be like a fist as soon as possible because he's getting yanked towards this. He doesn't feel like he's holding the thing. Here you have I don't know, let me see how that would work. This feels a bit weird to me that he's getting yanked from this way, but instead of like being like, because he was here and now he's here. So again, with the tail example, if this is Spider-Man, if his legs are his tail, I can't expect the tails to be on this side. If he settles down here, then it would be nice to see them like fling up like this. But I didn't see them. They were like behind him, and they just like went up like this, which is a bit weird to me. I don't know what happened here because the chopper is no longer there and we're still going this way. And there's a part here where he's going up, if you can see. As the camera is rotating, he's also rotating. So this is human flight. This is not connected to anything physical. Even if he was like pulling a web, it wouldn't be like this. This just looks like you're trying to keep him in frame and not redo your camera animation. Then you have this part. You have the black suit Spider-Man. You have this part. So here you have the feet pointing towards where they want to land, which is very cool. I understand. But now they're not looking there anymore. Now they're not looking there at all. And now suddenly they're looking there again. So that's a weird spacing thing. It would be nicer if they were always looking, or if you started them like tucked in and over the frames they were like looking a little bit more, looking a little bit more, looking a little bit more. They're looking completely towards this thing and then it like slams down. This pose, don't put the feet at the same height so you can have a nicer pose so they don't stack together. You can also, having 1 foot up, 1 foot lower could also cause like a rotational twist on the hip, and then you can have a more interesting upper side of the pose as well. So here that looks nicer. I would even push this a little bit higher and put this one a little bit lower, you know, and then rotate this a little bit more maybe. Right, I spent quite a long time in this one as well, so I'm gonna call this done and move on. Oh, Shane was here. So you mentioned the camera has to be tracking character, but how would one have that effect? Move the camera slower than the character. That's what I call a shot hookup. Penis. People here love drawing penis. I didn't see. Did I do that? I feel like I should swap the FK right after the hands go down from zips, because yeah, I was being lazy with dancing. Yeah, sorry Shane, I'm not really. You probably were sending me these texts as I was reviewing it, and it would have made a lot more sense if I was like reading it while you were talking to me. Yes, these are being recorded. The rig is pretty bad. I can see that the rig is not great, to be honest. Look, all this like pinching in here and all that stuff. Go the helicopter only scene. Going to add some people panicking in the close-up of the kill because you just haven't had those years. Human flights, but it can fly now. No, but yeah, I noticed that as well. Just floating over bits. Thank you, Kaneki, and his thumbs up. Oh damn, the feet changing direction when he lands on the helicopter. That's probably because I swapped Ike right before landing. Thanks for pointing that out as well. Alright. It looks very cool again, Shane. Like, I'm giving all you guys all these notes, but like this looks super cool. I'm like excited watching it. I want to keep seeing more of it. Keep going, and I hope my notes are only constructive and it's not annoying you guys. All right. What else? Is there any other Spider-Man related thingamajiggies that is left on the art feedback? I don't see any other.
Mine is still cooking.
Okay, I'll look forward to that, Jay. Zintor. Okay, Dimi sent some stuff. I think we have time to do a quick feedback for Plus
I have
Happy.
a small one. Ill posted now,
Do you have a Spider-Man related one?
but it's not finished. Alright, but thank you for the notes. You'll probably continue tomorrow and having your video up on my other monitor while I do it.
Cool.
And not action. Yeah. Hey, sorry, I'm cooking up my submission. It'll be ready by Thursday.
No worries, dude. No
It's for the
rush.
challenge.
We have a full month, right? My brain is hurting me. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to send these Spider-Man related videos to channel. SARP feedback. This one is for Shane. This one is from Mask. This one is for Nota. Oh, I don't know which Nota is Nota. I think that was the right Nota. I don't know. Clip boys. I sent it.
I sent it.
Yeah,
It's not even blocked.
Yeah,
Not that one.
there's this
The other
part's
one.
missing.
The second one.
Yeah, I got it.
Who do you like better, Ultimate Spider-Man or regular Spider-Man?
That's from The Wire. I would say be careful
No.
about this like hip activating.
How do you know?
If it's related to Spider-Man, man.
I was going to make an action scene.
Your hip kind of clicks into position a bit abruptly. I think as is leaving the weight off, it makes sense to do such a fast switch. Like so here, it makes sense that the hip switches fast. But here in the beginning it doesn't, because I can see your body like slowly adjusting to that position. But your hip kind of moves a little bit too fast for my eye. Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't think I can really review this dude, like, because I can give you like arms notes and stuff like that. I don't really need to see the arms to give notes, but I think it would kind of be a
Okay,
waste.
thanks, Sar.
It would be a waste, I think, to give notes on this, because like you're gonna.
Yeah, I get
do-
it.
Yeah.
Lol.
Cool. All right.
It's not even blocked yet.
Cool. In the meantime, let me look at this, because you put this in art feedback as well.
Good stream.
Thank you, Nasir. Nasir, you've been here a long time. I'm not seeing any submissions by you. You should do some animations
Thank you,
too.
NASA.
So, oh, fuck's sake, I can't full screen. Like, this is so stupid, it's annoying me so much. I just want to show you guys what I'm dealing with. Check this out. Now it works. See? Why can't I draw to that side? Why can't draw to that side, Cintiq? Huh? Huh? Why? Why can't I not? It fixes it when I restart the PC, if I don't restart the PC for a long time. This happens, so I keep not being able to click things. It drives me crazy. Alright, going with this one. First off, your rock is a little bit late to the show. Let me record this one too. Once again, thanks for the feedback. No worries, Mask. Happy to help, dude. Plus, I'm sure, well, you never restart for months, so it's expected. I never restart. Oh, because feedback. Yeah. Alright. Cool. So, first off, like I said, the rock is too delayed. And another thing is, since this is like, what is the story we're telling with this shot, right? We're saying that this kid is throwing a rock to a bird. That's the story. So the most important thing is these poses of like showing the rock being thrown, but we have to be careful about stacking. So this is a very strong anticipation pose, but as we always say, our human brain immediately just tracks the character's silhouettes and separates it from the negative space. So if you look at it like this, if I do this really quickly, this is the first thing that gets recognized in our brain for us to like track and understand. And just this silhouette is supposed to be able to tell me that this kid is throwing a rock, which it doesn't, because I don't see any part of it actually supporting that in the silhouette. That means you're stacking, basically. You're stacking this shape on top of this shape, so now that shape is like gone forever and we can see it. So a better way to do this would be so it's a bit of a difficult thing because your character is like, it's a short guy with like stumpy legs, stumpy arms, so it's a bit hard to show things clearly. Like his arms are just like a noodle and it rotates up like this, so you don't really see like a sharp elbow and like a muscle part or something like that to differentiate, because all these like lines I just did, it's a silhouette thing, and like by looking at that you can already understand that this is an arm, but for this guy it's just a tube, so it's a bit harder to animate something like that. So options: you can go crazy extreme, right? You can go here. You can go like, maybe this feet is here and this one is here, and maybe even this hand is like positioning it like this. You can, this is the extreme. This is just going like like that, which might not be the vibe you're going for, because it feels like a very chill shot. Like this kid is not reacting so much to it. Doesn't feel like he's trying to take down the moon. So another option would be to spend most of your time here. Just pull it out like that. You know, instead of like going like this, because now if I went like this with stacking, you can see my arm. You can kind of go like that. You can try to move it further away from his body to create it's an arc that's a bit wider to go show that. So that's one important pose, because that's the pose where we're going to see that it's anticipating for the throw. And the second one is this one, which is again stacking inside his body, so we can't really see where the arm went. So this one is a little bit easier to fix. One more thing before I get into that: you have the same issue that we've been talking on the other shots, where everything is like kind of flat. There isn't really like a nice gesture lines, there isn't any bends or asymmetries. So if you fix that, we would also fix this other issue. Like instead of having two legs like asymmetrically tubes right next to each other, if I had one knee out in the open like this, and maybe I would like rotate this a little bit like that, and then because I want to create like a nice spine arcs, right? I could do something like that, and that would allow me to keep seeing this. And this is when you're making throws, actually this is super important, because the point where this thing is looking at should be where the rock is going to hit. Do you actually hit the bird or do you miss? You hit right here, yeah. So you kind of want this pose to be like that, you know? You want to already show the audience that's what's gonna happen, because your rock is so small, it's very hard to track. I need like other visual efforts to understand what's gonna happen. Also, this feels very broken, just so you know. It's if you're doing like gesture drawings, if you're doing like live drawings, you will never see a completely flat head with like a bent neck and then like a completely flat chest. It's instead of being like that, it would always be like a nice curve like that, which means that maybe your head can't be completely straight, it can be a little bit rotated. Your neck can't be completely like that, maybe it needs to be a little bit more straighter, and your chest needs to be a little more rotated like this. So it will be like a nice flowy thing. This is what you see on robots or in characters. You want to make it look like robots. For this guy, I would say the same thing. Like, this is very boring to see, and it's not just in this back silhouette. You can do more things to make this interesting. You can maybe rotate this feet out more, and then don't rotate this one, so that would be asymmetry. Maybe you can keep this completely like that, but because this is rotated, maybe you can show me a corner here. See, just by seeing that corner, I understand the rotation of the character, and it's already starting to look more like an interesting pose. And then that will also give you a reason to make a gesture line like that. See, just by doing that, I kind of found a different pose than what we originally thought. You know, it could be something like that, maybe. Maybe he's like showing it like this and then throws it. Yeah, it's very problematic though. We don't see, like, he needs to get out of the way, and we have to see this arm checking this thing out. This okay, so let me see how I can explain this. So let's find, so you see between these two poses, first off, the head and the arm is moving exactly same amount together, which is super weird. So you have to be careful about that. You have to make sure what leads. Your head leads, which is cool. What's weird in it that there is no rotation in the head, that is just translating. But I like this where the head is moving where the arm isn't, and then the arm also moves, but they're also moving the same amount. Like, this distance between the ear and the thing in the fist doesn't change at all. So it would be better if you're saying the chest is leading, the next thing connected to is the neck, the next thing connected is the shoulders, and then it's the elbow. So maybe you can have a pose where the elbow started to move but the head is still in the same spot. So you have something like that where the elbow goes and the hand is not yet coming, which would create this distance that was like this big would be bigger here, and it would create a nice overlap feeling. But well, I was gonna talk about something else. Yes, I just wanted to count your frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have to show a straight line here to increase the power. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I think you have a bit of a thing like this where in your like first 4 frames or something, there's a big change of the arms going, and then you're like slowly easing in like that. Let's say like this is, let me just exaggerate it so it's a bit easier to understand what I'm talking about. This is your frame 1, this is your frame 15, 1, 15. This is your value 0, this is your value 50. While you're throwing the arm, very quickly in like 4 frames you reach to this point, and then like you slowly die down and finish. This is good. Let's say like you made this arc perfect. When you have the other arm going back like this, you kind of want these things to mimic each other. So if you watch that other arm, it feels very disconnected from the body. I don't know if you can see it, but it feels like it's doing like something entirely differently. It doesn't feel like it's part of this whole action. And that's happening because you have a very different animation on that one. Basically what you want to have is first for me to find the frame that I just lost. Where is the frame that I was just drawing? There you go. Wait a minute, this is a bit weird. What's the frame rate on this? 30. This is not good. Make sure your frame rate is 24 if you're doing like a TV show kind of animation. For anything really, just make it 24. If it's not a game, like in-game gameplay animation, make it 24. I can't change it though now because it's already like this. Anyway, so you have this curve. So you want the similar kind of reaction in this arm. So like if I threw something with this arm like this, I also want this arm to go like this and then slow down. So you kind of have this like here, like happening here, and this is kind of doing, which is too different of an animation. What you want for the other arm is almost the same kind of feeling, but starts later. So you have something like this, but it might be that it starts at frame 4 where this one started at 1, but maybe this one ends at 16. So it's not the same length. This one is 15 frames. This one will be only, what did I do? Like 10? No, 16. So this one would be like 12 frames. So this would be 3 frames less, but this relationship, if it's the same, it will feel like it's part of like the same animation, where this feels too different and it's moving, like it's hitting its apex points way before, like way after this reaches apex pose. The apex pose of the extreme pose is like probably here, and then see it reaches on this frame, which is like super late. You kind of want to see like pa, and then like they slow down, where yours is like pa. It doesn't feel very connected. What else we got? I can't click again. Okay. Warning, can't play FPS. Sorry, something went weird there. Same thing as we were talking with Zintor. I see that, not Zintor, sorry, Mask. We see like this hip bending down here, but I don't feel any height increase in this kid. He feels like he's the same height all the time. Also, for a weight shift as big as this, I'm like looking at this line here and then looking at this line here. It doesn't feel like he's really moving much to the left. You see what I mean? Like, see this line across the frames. He's making a weight shift, but he's almost not moving at all to this side. So he's just like a cylinder that's like rotating on its own axis without doing any side-to-side translation, which makes it hard to read the weight shift. Also here you're starting the rotation on everything at the same time. It would be cool if you started turning this head and did not move the body at all. and then the body started moving, which would make the head lead. That would be cool. And then I don't really understand what's happening in this story. I don't know what this kid is doing, the one on the left. Is he like scared because the bird is flying away? I don't understand his reaction. It feels like he's sad, but then he jumps. But for a jump, it's too late. Also, you have these poses where you see his feet is moving. I'm looking at this feet here. This feet is moving, which means that it's not carrying any weight. If it's moving, it doesn't carry weight, which means this is the one that's carrying the weight. But if I draw a line across here, too much of his body weight is on this side. So this kid should immediately fall to the left. And if you want to raise this feet up, to be able to lift this feet up, you have to move the body all the way to this side. So then it would make sense to do something like that, because if you did this, and again, because this feet is moving, I'm gonna disregard that feet. But if I was to draw a line from the feet that you have planted, because you shifted the body weight here, this would be kind of like 50%. It doesn't have to be exactly 50%, but you know what I mean. Like there's a more closer to equal weights across both sides, where in yours currently, like during these frames, you should like immediately fall because his feet is still moving. That means it's not carrying any weights. Alright, I hope these were helpful. I'm going to stop recording. No, not stop. Okay, that's that. I'm gonna unmute you guys. And
Nota
then
productions were growing in skill. It's amazing how much PPL don't notice.
PPL do notice, but which one was Nota? Did I give review feedback to Nota? Yes, I did. You did a Spider-Punk one. Yes, I did notice. Good job. To all of you, you guys are all like getting better. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where to put this thing here. Okay. And then I'm gonna read the chat. I know I missed a bunch of messages from you guys while I was doing the review. There you go. Add plus. I think that's you. I can't see because the streamer mode is enabled. Let me know if I tagged somebody else to this. Let me see, please.
Yeah, that's me.
Did it see? It just shows me as P. I don't know why. I can see Shane's name, but your name is not allowed. I can see everybody else's name. I don't know. Alright, let me check what you guys have been saying.
Click disable streamer Motra.
Yeah, I know. I'm too lazy. It keeps turning back on. Oh, hi Jamal. I didn't see Jamal was here. I hope he's still here. What's up, Jamal? Wow, I didn't know I can go to that extreme. Hi, Sab.
It opens whenever you open OBS.
Yeah,
Hey.
I know. Hey man, how's it going, Jamal? So I'm gonna read these really quickly. When you think you're getting good, the feedback shows so much that can be improved. Yeah, please don't take the feedback I give as like demotivating. I'm just trying to help you guys. Gotta go. Take care, Jay. I was going to put a foot on the right to show someone coming into the scene on the right side. Yeah, sorry, it's hard for me to understand because I'm not like seeing it while you're texting it. Same for me too. I didn't even think about half the stuff I mentioned. Cool. Productions were growing in skills. Yes, that's me. Click the streamer because I'm cool. Yeah, I can do some job. How are you? Yes, I'm giving some feedback, but it's 12:30 here. I'm actually gonna close the stream. Jamal, come early again sometime so we can have the chatty streams again. Anyways, I'm gonna go sleep.
Drink some water, Saab. Yeah.
Yes, I will do that.
Before you sleep.
Alright, cheers. Before I sleep.
For sure, yes, I miss the chatty.
Fucking mustache. Makes me spill water everywhere.
Buy SAR.
Anyway, take care guys.
Get some sleep.
See you on
dude.
Thursday. Bye bye.